Ambrose to Knight. And straight away there's more help for the bowlers.
And straight away the big man is right on target. As we said on the first occasion, we wondered why he didn't get the new ball on Sunday. Well, this is a perfect start.
Small carry for Curtly Ambrose. Just a little bit of tackiness on the surface, enough to make this ball climb. Ridley Jacobs, the new wicketkeeper, be used to keeping to Curtly Ambrose. Both players are from Antigua and play for the Leeward Islands together. It was one of the very best one-day innings you're likely to see from Nick Knight on Sunday. The two Warwickshire left-handers, Lara and Knight, both scoring hundreds. Although the match got underway 15 minutes late, there won't be any reduction in the overs yet. Just reduce the luncheon interval by a quarter of an hour, so we'll go through until 1:20 and then the second innings is due to start at 10 minutes to 2 local time. First runs of the day. Lara's given Ambrose 4 close catches. Stuart Williams and Hooper at slip. Phil Simmons is in an orthodox gully position. And Clayton Lambert in on the leg side catching as well. So that's very different from the fields we saw on that very flat pitch on Sunday. First over, England 2 without loss.
An excellent over from Curtly Ambrose, that last delivery. Bit of a half shout for LBW, but one would think that there was a bit of bat on it. Just a thin inside edge onto the pad. Curtly Ambrose just aborting the appeal in the latter stages. But an excellent start. That's exactly what the West Indies need. First over to set the tone and hopefully go on from there. This is still a very good batting pitch. No one can say that the ball is going to be doing too much. It might do a bit as far as pace and bounce is concerned, but not a great deal of sideways movement. So batsmen will enjoy the ball coming onto the bat and will still be able to play their shots.
With these overhead conditions, Mikey, has the pitch got any chance of drying out during the day? There's not a lot of breeze and obviously no sunshine.
I think it will stay like this for most of the day. If the sun comes out a bit later on, say by 10:30, 11 o'clock Barbados time, you might see it drying out a bit, but I think there's a fair amount of moisture in this pitch, which will help the fast bowlers with pace and bounce. But as we have seen, there's hardly any grass on the surface. So one would think that you would not get a lot of sideways movement. The new ball will do a bit though.
Alex Stewart on strike for the first time.
Excellent delivery. Up to the bat, just on the off stump line and going away. That's where you want to be bowling to Alex Stewart. Every delivery should be on that line and length, trying to pull him forward. He doesn't like coming forward. Have a good look at this pitch. You will see that it is very brown. Whatever grass that there was on the surface has been rolled in, straw colored now, so No moisture in the grass at all, whatever is there, and there is very little.
Walsh just has the 2 slips. Close catches for Ambrose, just the 2 for Walsh. There's no gully or that man in on the leg side where Lambert was for Ambrose. Just worth reminding you that for the first 15 overs of the innings, the fielding captain is only allowed to have 2 men outside that 30-yard fielding circle. The 30-yard circle. And closer in to assist the umpires at both ends. The line showing 15 yards where the fielders have to be in catching positions. Unless they're in the slips, they're allowed to stand deeper in slips positions. As soon as they get any wider than where about 4th slip would be, they must be within those markings. More problems, this time at the pavilion end. Maiden for Walsh. England 2 without loss. Walsh achieving a maiden over. That's more than any of the West Indies bowlers did in the first match. Life not so easy for the batsman. It's going to be a real test of character. It's not a dangerous pitch by any means, but that surface is just a little bit damp, causing the ball to grip. It will help the seam movement, and also there'll be a little bit more exaggerated bounce. Walsh at 3rd man. You can see the white marks there being left by the ball as it pitches. There we are, all 8 deliveries accounted for. Curtly Ambrose bowling well within himself. He knows how important it is to keep the ball pitched up on this track.
And that drawing he just did, Bob, just illustrates how accurate a bowler Curtly Ambrose is. All the deliveries pretty much in an area about 2 yards long. Right on target almost every delivery. That is what control is all about. Putting the ball where you want to. very easy for the batsmen this morning. A bit more help for the fast bowlers than there was on the first occasion that they played on Sunday.
Just 3 runs from the first 3 overs. A completely different story from Sunday's outing for England. But they haven't lost a wicket yet. Alex Stewart, who's been in excellent touch throughout this tour of the Caribbean. Players return home on the 9th of April and get back to the UK on the 10th of April. And the county season underway just 7 days later. Ben Holyoke down to come in at number 3. He didn't, in fact, bat in the first match. As soon as Stewart and Knight survived those 15 overs, Graeme Hick took his place at number 3. Very good crowd once again, building up. Hall and Griffith stand alongside the players' pavilion. Kensington's stand is already packed. Difficult to know what the batsman can do in these conditions against such experienced campaigners as Ambrose and Walsh. Constant prodding of the pitch by the batsman.
It's not going to be easy batting against these two experienced old horses here, Walsh and Ambrose, but what the batsmen have got to do is not panic. It's a matter of trying to survive. Things will get easier as the ball gets a little bit older. What the West Indies need to do is not just to restrict the scoring, but to pick up a wicket or two. Because if the opening batsmen survive, although it's pretty difficult, it will make things easier for the lower order batsmen when they do get a chance to come in.
Understand England's tactic of using Ben Holyoke in the first 15 overs if the pitch is flat, but I think it's asking quite a lot of a 19-year-old to go in and slog Ambrose and Walsh around on a damp pitch.
I think I would certainly have to agree with that, Bob. I think they're better off sending in someone to play an orthodox innings and hopefully ask Ben Holyoke to go out a bit later on when the pitch gets a bit flatter, the ball is a little bit older, and perhaps the bowlers aren't as experienced as Walsh and Ambrose, and then he can try and play a few shots. If they lose a wicket in the first 15 overs, it's going to be pretty difficult for Ben to go out and do what is expected. Whether Big Brother says so or not.
Four runs off 4 overs for England. English fans who are still here for these one-day matches. Feast of cricket for them. Barbados Test match, Antigua Test match, then these 2 one-dayers here. Circus moves on to St Vincent for the weekend, back-to-back matches, 3 and 4 in this series. And then the final match, the 5th of the series, Port of Spain, Trinidad, a week today. Be an interesting first morning of a test match, Michael.
It certainly would be. How do you play those? Very upright seam, beautiful bowling. Well, so far really the Cups hasn't done a bad job at all. Has gloved those balls quite well, looking quite competent for the time being.
It's very well run. Test of a batsman's temperament going in on a pitch like this, but if you play a miss or the ball screams past the outside edge, you've just got to try and put that out of your mind and play the next one on its merit. Weather continues to be unseasonal here in Barbados. Whole day of rain right into the late evening last night. It was dry first thing this morning, then more showers around the scheduled start of play. And a lot of grey cloud, which Ambrose and Walsh are quite happy to see. One-day international for Curtly Ambrose. Just 1 run off that over. England creeping along at 1 run and over. Fantastic economy rate for modern one-day 50-over matches. Just 3.5 and over. And that economy rate is the best of anybody currently playing international cricket. I think we're going to have to get the interior designers in to have a look at the curtain pulls and the pelmet down there. Nick Knight hasn't enjoyed that.
Ball hitting him just on the forearm and could have bounced back onto the stumps, but fortunately for Nick Knight, it just bounced over. Very hard surfaces, so the ball bouncing quite nicely over the top for Nick Knight.
Single down to Franklin Rose. Batting conditions very difficult, and Knight in some pain from that blow on the arm.
most occasions, batsmen, when batting on pitches like this, wear a forearm guard, but that wouldn't have helped Nick Knight. The forearm guard is usually on the hand that's in front. For Nick Knight, of course, that would be his right hand. He got hit on the left.
We have the same umpires standing today as were here on Sunday. Basil Morgan from Montserrat and Eddie Nichols from Guyana. Hallie Moore's in there somewhere, the third umpire for the TV replays. It's taken Alex Stewart 16 balls to get off the mark. Nick Knight has 6. Chipped over cover. Raul Lewis doing the fielding.
Well, Nick Knight has decided that he has to try and do something. He just give himself a bit of room there to get that over the man at extra cover.
Stewart wants the run. They'll get an overthrow. Better over for England. 6 runs coming from it. They're into double figures on 11 without loss. Raul Lewis is the man backing up. We saw many fumbles from the West Indies in the field on Sunday. England certainly outfielded the home side. Very well run again. Knight knew he was safe going to the batting end.
He was quickly off, Nick Knight, being a non-striker. Would have been home safely. Looking for everything at this moment, England. They realize it's pretty difficult to score runs on this pitch against these two opening bowlers.
Edged past Hooper and it'll beat Walsh. It's a streaky one, but it's the first boundary of the day for England.
Not the best bit of fielding you'll see from Carl Hooper. And of course, Courtney Walsh being pretty wide because of the 2 slips, had no chance of getting around to that. But at least it's a boundary for England.
The World Cup takes place in the UK next May and June in '99, so all one-day internationals around the world really focusing in on that tournament. Teams using them for preparation. I think England have decided they're going to go in with this squad of all-round cricketers. Dominic Cork and Darren Gough still on the sidelines. They'll be wanting to get back into contention. West Indies' approach is slightly more orthodox, relying for the most part on their test match lineup. Will there still be fuel in the tank for Kirtley and Courtney come the World Cup, Mikey?
Well, I think as far as Kirtley and Courtney are concerned, Bob, we have just got to take it a series at a time. One would think that they would definitely be going to South Africa, unless, of course, there is some injury between now and then. Then Australia comes here, and then the World Cup. It's a matter of a day at a time, I would think.
7 overs completed. England 16 for no wicket. Hasn't been easy for Nick Knight and Alex Stewart, but they're still there. Knight on 14 and Stewart on 2. It's Courtney Walsh. And in the commentary box, Ian Botham's alongside Mark Nicholas.
Thank you, Bob. And I don't suppose you could pick any two men in the world game who you would prefer than these two to bowl for you on a pitch, offering assistance and bounce and pace. A real test for Stewart and Knight, and for the whole of the dressing room watching it, really. No! Natural tendency of both men is to play their strokes, and having to adopt an entirely different stance here, though you just get the feeling that Stewart is looking to stay leg side of the ball, so if he is given any width, he can look to smash it away through the offside, rather than perhaps get us in behind the ball as he might in a test match, for example. But in his way, this makes for pretty fascinating viewing, as the onslaught did in the batting on Sunday. There's that record of Alex Stewart. It's probably not what it might be, Ian, and one of the reasons is he hasn't always batted in the same place.
No, and it's settled and used to float around a little bit in the days, but I think as an opening batsman, Alex Stewart in its test match or one there, it's pretty good fun to watch.
Another thing that England have done well is run between the wickets. They've had to take the odd risk just to get some momentum going, but whenever the ball goes into the deep, we just saw Stewart in that example sprint up to the other end, searching for a little misfield.
Won the first one hard. Kitty Ambrose has to come in. He's putting a little bit of pressure, a little bobble in the outfield. That pressure can bring you an extra run.
First slower ball of the day. I think Nick Knight would be pleased to see it.
Delighted on this surface. Good variation there by Courtney Walsh. Sliding his fingers across. Slow ball's something that's become very much an important weapon in all bowlers' armoury, whether they're quick or medium pace, particularly at the end when batsmen are trying to get on with it. The well-disguised slower ball is very effective.
What's that hit? Huge appeal. Ridley Jacobs behind the stumps didn't seem to have any doubt at all. Walsh, I'm not sure, was completely sure.
The umpire looked very confident in his decision, and just short of a length, bouncing a bit. And that's a very good decision. It's just brushed the shirt around the rib area. There's the man. Basil Morgan. Did the game here on Saturday.
Ambrose continuing to operate with a very orthodox one-day field. 2 slips, 3 in the cover ring and a third man, as well as mid-on, square leg and long leg. He'll keep those slips there for a long time if he keeps moving the ball around and getting it to go through as aggressively as that. He's come in really well this morning, just got his rhythm straight away. First ball of the day was on the spot.
I think Ambrose gets his line right, and this kind of wicket was a little bit of assistance. And there's absolutely nothing the ground staff will do. That what they've achieved here is remarkable. Those little white marks that you can see is actually where the ball hits the wicket. That's interesting.
It's a heck of a good take from Ridley Jacobs. What a good athlete he looks. Hey, that is a lightning delivery.
There's some delivery to a right-hander. Not only does it bounce and get quick, it also just seems a bit. Now Ridley Jacobs there. Tell me Glenn Hoddle's on the island. I think that take might well have interested him. And Tegan, still a lot spoken about him. And what we've seen, which is literally not been much so far, he's looked more than confident.
Had no chance of making it, Stuart. And for the 3rd time today, the West Indies have missed the stumps.
Well, they decided to take them on. We said there's a few risks involved. Now, Alex Stewart given that one up quite a few yards from the line, and Brian Lara can't believe it. Curtly Ambrose thinks they've got a chance. Oh, so close, yet so far.
Unusual to see Brian Lara in the saving one positions. We're so used to seeing him field at slip. He's a great natural mover. One of the things you've got to watch for with the fielders who are in these saving one positions is how quick they are over the first yard or two. Part of it's anticipation. You've got to expect the ball to come to you in the field, and part of it's a natural instinct to know when the ball's going to come, what angle it'll come at, what speed it'll come at. Very nice to see such a good fielder as Lara in operation rather than at first slip for a change. Curtly Ambrose has one of his close mates geographically, Ridley Jacobs, in the side. Jacobs plays for the same side, Sweets in Antigua, as Curtly Ambrose does. He played 4 one-day internationals when the New Zealanders were here in 1996. and has been on ice since then. He's another good athlete, quite suited to the one-day game. He's a pretty consistent batsman in first-class competition here. Now the President's Cup was the Red Stripe Cup. I suppose if there's been a question mark, it's been over his wicket-keeping. Certainly everybody in Antigua who's tuning in today will be delighted to see him getting an opportunity. They were pushing him. We were in Antigua for the test not so long ago, and Ridley got very good press from all the locals when Junior Murray was brought into the side instead of David Williams. Needless to say, the Antiguans felt it should have been Ridley Jacobs. Just one here for Knight. Didn't quite get that. I think it was such a surprise to him to get a full toss from Walsh.
Especially on this wicket. Just trying the Yorker. Walsh knows the successful variation in line and length and speed can be. But I think he might be regretting that one. I think he stuck that long arm out to stop it. Just flicked the end of his fingers.
Gone. Lara's the catcher. Stewart, who'd been looking to get the ball away on the offside, has been unable to do so.
A little bit of width, and Alex Stewart decides to launch himself at it, just opening the face on the up and finding Brian Lara back at point. Alex Stewart's gone for 3, England 21 for 1.
Ben Holyoke has made it to the middle 20-year-old England all-rounder who comes in at number 3 in the one-day matches. He's a bit of a pinch hitter. He's here because Stewart isn't.
First delivery with any width. Alex Stewart understandably has a go at it. Not getting it over the top of it. Lara does the rest.
Let's have a look at the fall of Stewart again, Ian. Walsh has really got reward there for not giving Stewart any width outside off stump, and then he suddenly pitched one up a bit further, tempting the drive, didn't he?
Yeah, when it goes like that and hits the fielder and you get the batsman out, everyone goes, oh, tremendous piece of bowling, but should it get smashed for 4, then you think, well, was it worth it? Well, this time it was. Stewart was getting bogged down, just 3 runs from 26 deliveries, and that's what happens.
Don't expect too many in Ben Holyoke's half. I reckon that Ambrose and Walsh will be banging the ball in short of the length at him. They know that he's a strong driver of the ball. And they know that he'll be pretty nervous out there. There's that record in one-day cricket, all really based around that marvellous innings against the Australians at Lord's. 63 he made in fast time and with an array of strokes. It really thrilled the full house at Lord's. Knight on the pull stroke. All the way.
Courtney Walsh won't be too happy with this delivery. He's dragged it down. And Nick Knight onto it so quickly. executed this shot in the first one-day international, and has another opportunity here, and he gives it the same treatment. 6 runs. Really is quite a good shot. The ball is pretty tight. It's not any real width there, but he's onto it so quickly. Does look in good form.
I don't know that Courtney thought much of it. Tell you what, that isn't a bad effort. 23 not out from 32 balls on a pitch that's pretty juicy for the fast bowlers. Here's Ambrose. No run there, Ben Holio. Way, it's just a little risky.
Stuart Williams. Very good piece of field. Graeme Lambert. Would have been tied. I think we have a third umpire. We'll have a little look at that. I think the batsman just getting back. Clayton Lambert, the oldest member of the West Indian team out there. Nothing wrong with that fielding.
Brilliant. I think Ambrose was impressed.
Well, he was going to get a little workout on Holyoke, but he's onto that very, very quickly, and oh, a bad piece of timing that. I'll watch that go to the boundary. That feels good.
And well run, Nick Knight. Clever cricket.
Oh, well run. Very frustrating for the bowler. He's done nothing wrong. Good delivery. It's alert running. Single, another single.
Yes.
Ambrose won't have seen a great deal of Ben Holyoke. He would have heard about him doing well against Australia. And he'll be very interested to see what he makes of him, I imagine. It's 34 for 1.
Mess it up. You got it fixed up? You sure?
The weather's a little brighter. That's the worst area of it. And away from the keep coming right now. I get all the way around where it comes from. Craig Cozier, who lives here in Barbados, says that that's where it comes from, and that is definitely brighter. It might not look it on the screen, but it is definitely brighter. Courtney Walsh again. Two fielders have to be inside 15 yards from the bat, and very unusually with Walsh, who would get the ball to go away from a left-hander, one of them is here and one of them is here. Now I would reckon on one or two here at slip. That's amazing timing from Nick Knight. It was an elegant stroke, and when he hit it, you weren't sure he'd get runs for it. As it is, he's got 4.
Well, this is a sign of a man in form. It's actually almost Yorker length, this. Nick Knight, in the end, is thinking about getting it out and stopping it going through. So the keeper times it so well. He just accelerates. It's gone. 4 runs.
Knight again. Now they've moved long leg from there. They put him squarer because of the hook stroke in the last over. So that's pretty clever batting again.
Well, the ball's almost the perfect Yorker, and that goes for 4. This ball's not that short, but it's the line. Nick Knight's very quickly onto. He gets inside it. He knows that fine legs up and saving 1. There's a man a deep backward square. So he just helps it on a little finer. 4 more runs.
It's the second time that Ben Holyoke has caused a flutter in the heart of Nick Knight.
Caused himself a few flutters. Takes off. Nick Knight quite clearly saying no. Ben Holyoke just a little slow to react. I reckon that one he might just have been favouring the fielder. Nick Knight quite clearly saying no. That would have been tight.
White ball.
Wide called. On that basis, he kind of hit it. An appeal by the wicketkeeper for a catch behind, and the umpire swings round and signals wide.
I think the umpire has no doubt. Nick Knight missing that by quite some considerable distance. Still, effectively, England pick up another run.
Quite expensive, Courtney Walsh. 6 overs for 26. And I just have to question whether he's got his thinking right. He's got a man out for the hook stroke, deep backward square leg, and he's only once dropped short and been hooked. The ball's moving a little. He's got some bounce. He hasn't got a slip fielder in. I just wonder if he's bowling the right line.
I think certainly to Nick Knight, he's got to get it middle and off stump and going across him. As soon as he drifts anything into the legs, Knight, who's, has to be said at the moment, fine touch, is very quickly onto anything short.
Very strong England lineup. Graham Thorpe, as you have probably heard by now, is back in England. and he's replaced in the side by Ramprakash. Thorpe has a persistent back problem, and sensibly they decided to let him go home and rest it. Slashes hard, and it's a misfield from Walsh. It wasn't a very easy ball to stop, but he's got the stare from one or two teammates.
I think in all fairness to Courtney Walsh, I'm not quite sure how he would have stopped this. It's wide and Nick Knight throws everything at it, and it lands that awkward yard of 4 feet in front of him. In actual fact, it's not the worst effort. I think he even gets a bit of a hand on it.
Walsh again, the man down at third man. I don't think there's anything he could have done about the one before myself. Here's the 50 for England, come from 12.3 overs, and on a pitch offering help to the bowlers, that's a very good effort.
You have to say, I think one of the features of the game weekend was the high standard of England's fielding. Some of the stops that were pulled off by everybody's expected to be able to field at the highest level, and they worked very hard at it. I think it's certainly something the South Africans and the Zimbabweans to a degree showed us up in previous years, but I think England now is probably on this very much a similar level.
There's a very deep gully. Carl Hooper's been moved from second slip, and a square cover as well. They know Knight is very strong in that area, square on the offside. Trying to do something about it with the third man, a deep gully, a square cover. A short extra cover is the second close fielder. All of this area, Knight hits the ball out here and here and here, and he's very strong. And so they've covered up with Hooper having come up the second slip. This guy pretty square, this one, and we've got down here somewhere at third man. So there's a lot of support for Ambrose, who's now going to come around the wicket to try to cramp Nick Knight. Another good run.
Not quite sure where the ball's gone, but he relies on his running partner. Calls him for the single and he responds straight away.
It's 51 for 1. Run rate just below 4 per over. England will settle for that and make no mistake. Having been put into bat today. Just come. If you don't know who that face is, I'll tell you. It's Darren Maddy of Leicestershire, who is out here as one of the replacements in the party. Really more, I think, as a reserve fielder and a contributor to things in general. He's out here with Leicestershire on their pre-season tour, and so England have drafted him in with Graeme Thorpe having gone home. It's well run again. Franklin Rose is into the attack for Courtney Walsh. Walsh finishing with expensive figures, 6 overs, 1 for 26.
Yeah, I have to say, he won't be happy with that on this wicket. Courtney Walsh sets himself very high standards. And a little frustrated there at one stage, I felt.
Wide ball.
Well, umpires around the world now very consistent on anything down the leg side. Basil Morgan quite rightly calling it a wide.
Maddie is a very good player, opens the batting for Leicestershire. And one of the reasons we've got him in picture is that he had a very good A tour. Nick Knight, who's out there batting, was his captain, and England have been on A tours every year since 1990. A lot of players have come through the system. Graham Thorpe went on the England A tour in 1990, went on one or two, in fact, before becoming a fully fledged Test player. And Maddie was the star batsman of England's recent trip to Sri Lanka. Something that the West Indies have brought in as well. They had an A tour to South Africa. Jimmy Adams was captain of that side. The idea behind the A tours is to allow good players, preferably young players, though not exclusively young players. There's occasionally an older player, and Adams is a good example, who needs almost a rehabilitation period in their career. It allows them to get top-class cricket with an international heading to it, an international flavour to it. And when they then get into the Test arena, they're not quite as surprised by it all as they might be. At least that's the thinking. Lovely stroke. He's played it off the length. It's a stroke that you might have seen Viv Richards play in his pomp, and it's played with great confidence.
He's a magnificent eye, Ben Holyoke. Picks that up very quickly and just works it over the infield. No real effort there, it's just timing. Not trying to smash it out the ground. He knows that if he beats it on, he's going to pick up 4 runs. Fine shot.
Goes again. Didn't quite get that as well as the one previously in the over. But it'll infuriate Franklin Rose. It's 63 for 1 now. Super stroke from Ben Holyoke to finish the previous over. Again, taken from outside off stump and played on the length of the ball, which is why he was able to get it away through mid-wicket, and he'll give food for thought to Franklin Rose and Brian Lara. Change now in the commentary box, where it'll be Paul Allott and Tony Cozen.
we've just come in, as they say, good day to everyone. Sitting in the back of the box, and Paul Allen was saying that obviously the West Indies haven't done their homework on Ben Holio. Anyone who's seen him even briefly will know how strong he is on the leg side, as is Nick Knight, and they've done extremely well to push the score up now to 65 off just 14.2 overs. Early on it looked as if a score of around 150 would be difficult to get on a helpful pitch.
Well, yeah, but if the West Indies keep bowling half trackers, it doesn't matter what the pitch is like, they're going to get hit. And if ever a pitch cried out for good length bowling, then this was it. And the West Indies have just lost their grip in the last 4 or 5 overs. Notwithstanding the fact that Knight and Holyoke have played really well, but they've been allowed to. Walsh and Ambrose have just erred on the short side. There you can see the increase in scoring rate. Nothing very spectacular before the 10th over, and then some big scoring overs.
Lovely on drive. Beautifully timed down the ground. Rose is as fast as anyone in the West Indies team, but he won't get there.
That is a splendid stroke from Nick Knight. Shot of the day, really. To hit the ball all along the floor through mid-on requires top quality technique, and Knight has improved so much in that area. Only 6 months or so ago, towards the end of last season in England, he'd have fallen over. His head would have gone over to cover, and he'd have tried to hit that ball through square leg. Now standing much straighter and hitting the ball straighter.
Really have got the West Indies shaken up here. Ambrose over and then round the wicket. Some field adjustments, and all of a sudden batting which looked so difficult in the first 4 or 5 overs, with the ball bouncing and moving off a pitch which had been dampened by the covering. Now looks to be easy.
Back it up there.
You're right, Tony. It does look to be easy, and it shouldn't look to be easy either. This pitch, I think, will remain damp all the way through today. There's no sunshine this morning at all. It's just thick cloud, not allowing this pitch to dry out. It was dampened on Monday by the ground staff, and we were hoping for a good dry day on Monday and some hot sunshine yesterday. They didn't get it, and it stayed damp. You can see the white marks on the pitch that have been left by the ball pitching there. But 70 for 1 from 15 represents a huge bonus for England. They'll be highly delighted with this situation. And Nick Knight nearing his half century. Doesn't come much better than that. 122 followed by 47 not out. Fielding restrictions can now be relaxed. 4 men have to be inside that 30-metre circle at all times, and that's how many there are. 3 on the offside for Knight and 1 on the leg side. No catches now, and I think there still should be if the West Indies were bowling anything like. Three more matches after this one. West Indies may be looking at
a few changes. They've had to make some changes here because of injury. And as Courtney Walsh was pointing out in the papers this morning at the opening of the Players Association office here on Monday, the reserve players haven't had any cricket at all in the past month. They break for the test matches and also for the one-day internationals, so that anyone who comes in from outside the test squad is going to be short of cricket. It's been a problem which West Indies have had for some time, so that Ridley Jacobs, for instance, he might have had some club cricket up in Antigua, but he hasn't played first-class cricket for a month. Franklin Rose had that test match in Antigua, but he came in there without much cricket behind him. Good running. Very good partnership between these two. 50 already from just 37 deliveries.
And it's because of running like this and one or two solid strokes as well. They've run quite beautifully. Transferred the strike well, right and left-hander. Always makes it a little bit more difficult for the bowlers to adjust. Ben Holyoke, who has made 16 of the 50, is going well. I just worried for him a little bit. I didn't think this was going to be his sort of surface. He's a free-scoring batsman, likes to hit through the line. I thought it may just be a bit too much movement in the pitch for him. But he's played well up to now.
Should never have said that. It is the guaranteed response to any commentator who praises a batsman.
Well, it's typical Holyoke. If it's up, I'm going to try and hit it. It's just a fraction wide, and the lack of foot movement let him down. Just seemed at it as well. The shot has prompted Lara to have a chat with Rose.
Brightening up all the time now. Quite overcast. Quite a lot of rain yesterday. Not very heavy, but persistently steady. But there you can see the cloud is breaking. The weather forecast was for improving weather. Brilliant. Magnificent return catch. Ben Holyoke goes, and Franklin Rose finishes off a very effective over in which he conceded just one run with that brilliant return catch.
Well, this is the stand and deliver stroke from Ben Holyoke. Not much foot movement, didn't time it, but look at that for reactions going back towards the middle of the wicket from Franklin Rose. Diving away, taking it one-handed. Ben Holyoke has gone court and bowl Rose for 16. England are 71 for 2.
batsman is Graeme Hick. He places Holio who was put in goal by Rose for 16. 2 wickets down for 71. Further have your attention, please. We're paging the drivers of G1584 and MR713. It's important that you report to the member stopper and shift your vehicles so that an official police vehicle may leave the road. So basically it's for G1584 and MR713. Please report to the member stopper.
New batsman is Graeme Hick, who comes in to replace Ben Holyoke, out to the last ball of Franklin Rose's last over.
And dismissed with the aid of a brilliant return catch. Wasn't hit particularly hard, but Rose had to backtrack, backpedal and dive away to his right. Great performance from Franklin Rose. Sees the end of Ben Holyoke.
Roy Lewis is on, coming on to replace Ambrose. Ambrose 8 overs for 31.
Turn for Lewis. Scorecard dominated by Nick Knight, as indeed it was in the first one-day game.
Now they've hurried for one. Now it's a question of whether it might have been two. The swift Clayton Lambert, who has been really a revelation in the West Indies field, the oldest man in the match at the age of 36. Gets there quickly, releases quickly, and has Hick grounding back quickly.
To be Lewis to Hick. Lewis got Graeme Hick out in the first game. Just clipped the top of off stump, and Hick coming down the track.
Substitute there is Adrian Griffith, no matter what the shirt says. He's not in the squad. The Barbados left-handed batsman had the one test for the West Indies on the tour of Australia, 96-97. And he's got him. So Graeme Hick goes to Lewis once more. A little bit unfortunate perhaps, but very tentative, and the West Indies have pulled things back with wickets in successive overs.
Disappointment for Graeme Hick. Twice now he's been bowled by Roy Lewis. It's a little bit unlucky. It's got through somehow, inside edge, back of his left leg, and then dribbles through onto the stumps. Goes down as bowled, and Hick's gone for naught. England 72 for 3.
down for 72. The man on his Hick, who was bowled by Lewis without scoring. The new batsman is Ramprakash.
Mark Ramprakash comes in on the ground where he made that wonderful 154 in the 5th test of the series, replacing Graeme Hick,
who was bowled by Raul Lewis off inside edge, left leg, and then back onto the stumps. Batsman will feel a little bit unlucky. Raul Lewis will feel delighted.
So West Indies will pull things back. The last 2 overs, 1 run in each over, and a wicket as well. And Nick Knight stood at the non-striker's end and watched both of them fall.
Nick Knight on 49, but a period of consolidation here for England. 2 quick wickets in the space of 6 balls will always slow the run rate. Mark Ramprakash, the new batsman, limited overs experience as well.
That's his 50th run. So Nick Knight follows his 100 here on Sunday with another half century, and how well he has played. 50 out of 73. Helpful conditions for the bowlers early on. And a very good rate of scoring as well. Played some wonderful shots again. Ramprakash now comes for his first delivery. It's the first no ball we've seen from a West Indies fast bowler in these 2 matches, and that really is quite a statistic, because it's a problem that has haunted them for a long time. And certainly not very far over there for Franklin Rose. They seem to have sorted it out. Really cost them a couple of matches in the Golden Jubilee tournament in Lahore in Pakistan back in November.
Pretty impressive piece of equipment, that.
Just looking at the no ball problem the West Indies had in the Golden Jubilee tournament. That involved Sri Lanka, Pakistan and South Africa as well. 237 for 8 they made against Sri Lanka, sent down 9 wides and 8 no balls in that match. Then against South Africa, piled up 293 for 8, looked a winning score, but they gave away 11 wides and 13 no balls in that match. It hasn't happened here. And that's very well bowled by Franklin Rose. Just the no ball and the single which raised Nick Knight's 50. So 12 runs from his first over and just 3 from the next 2.
West Indies bowlers. Ambrose, the only one without a wicket. 8 overs, none for 31. And Walsh, 6 overs, 1 for 26. Both started off very well and then just relaxed a little bit towards the end of their spells. Rose 1 for 15 and Lewis 1 for 1 off 1 over. Spurt of scoring between overs 10 and 15 for England, and not quiet other than that.
Look at those 3 matches in the Golden Jubilee tournament I was talking about. West Indies gave away 21 wides and 30 no balls in 3 matches. Did have a bit of a problem there with the dew, very heavy dew which developed during the evening, and they did have the misfortune to field and bowl, of course, under the lights. And it was something that drove coach Malcolm Marshall to despair. McKnight having to change his mind there. He was shaping for that sweep.
But it's an essential of one-day cricket, Tony, to get the bowler's discipline correct. No balls are something that can be it's 1 for Knight. No balls are something that can be sorted out, and should be and must be. And it looks as though Malcolm Marshall has got his guys a little bit more disciplined in this tournament.
That's what David Lloyd is working on with Dean Headley as well before Sunday's match. Had a long session with him up at the Wanderers Club in the nets.
He was getting him to just look at his mark, running through 2 marks, starting at 1 and then hitting 1 halfway down his run, making sure it was very important that he hit the first mark. And the first ball he bowled was a no ball, and David Lloyd asked him why, and he said he'd forgotten. So there we go. Obviously needed the jolt of the no ball call from the umpire to make him remember.
Good tight bowling here from Lewis and Rose, and England have been drawn back to 75 for 3. Sun coming out now, breaking through, so that it looks as if it's going to turn out to be quite a nice afternoon. The front which had passed through yesterday and had Barbados looking as it did on the final day of the test match here, as if we could have been in Manchester. Now becoming more Caribbean-like.
Yeah, not too many palm trees in Manchester, Tony, but I know what you mean. It was very grey and miserable yesterday.
Yeah, those clouds are just lifting all the while. Of course, very welcome here in Barbados, as it is in the Caribbean during the dry season.
The sun coming out will obviously assist the batsman in that it'll dry the pitch out a little bit quicker, and the pitch does need to dry out. That should favour the West Indians later on in the day. So very humid, very muggy.
Rose has found a nice length and line here. He just dropped into a nice rhythm. First over went for 2 boundaries from Knight, 12 in all in the over. Of course, England here don't want to lose another wicket. Can't afford, should I say better, having lost 2 quite quickly. Don't think he'll bother to ask for the replay. Eddie Nichols, big shout from the spectators, but Knight was always in control of that run, backing up very well.
Got his partner off the mark. Knight running the bat in exemplary style and beating the throw.
They have run very well, England, all the way through. So vital in a limited overs match when you can save runs in the field and pick them up running between the wickets. They reckon that the average margin of victory is around 15 runs, and that was what it was, 16 runs in fact on Sunday. Stuart Williams comes back into the West Indies side to replace Shivnarine Chandapal, I understand is ill. Stuart Williams with a good one-day international record, averaging 37.88. 11 half centuries and 1 century in that. Certainly in the Sharjah tournament in December had an outstanding series there. So another good tight over from Franklin Rose. England 78 for 3 of 20 overs.
And still a bit there for the bowlers. Bit of bounce. Just
a period here where they're nudging the ball around, looking for their singles. Not always you're going to get the fours, the big boundaries. A period where you've got to play the ball on its merit, look for the singles, keep the scoring ticking over.
Stop it.
Good work by Lambert. Gets in there quickly. Gets rid of the ball quickly. Putting quite a bit of spin on that delivery. Into the side in place of Ramnarine, who played the tests. Always keeping his place after an impressive performance in the Champions Trophy in Sharjah. 81 for 3 after 21 overs. So the West Indies having pulled things back. They had England had 4 or 5 very good overs when Knight and Ben Holyoke were together. Franklin Rose now in his 5th over. And the typical Nick Knight slash through the covers for 4. We've seen that a couple of times on Sunday and once already today. So just breaking free with the room given to him there by Rose. In the commentary box now, Mark Nicholas, and with him Michael Holding.
The man can bat. Clever footwork. He left it so late that there was nothing Franklin Rose could do to drag the ball shorter. Looks a pretty serious player, this guy, Mikey.
He is a good player, as he has proven in these one-day internationals. 3 centuries and only 1 half-century apart from those 3 centuries. That proves that every time or most times that he gets to the half-century, he carries on and gets 3 figures. That's very impressive. I would think that there are no other batsmen in the world today who have that sort of a record. More centuries than half-centuries. And one of those half-centuries is the current half-century that can be carried on to another century. So it might be 4 and 1.
A lot of centuries in that sentence.
And I'm not at Buckingham Palace, am I?
Pretty much even Steven here. 87 for 3 in nearly 22 overs is a good performance by England in conditions that were very favourable to bowling first thing. Sun's now coming out and the pitch will get a little firmer because of it. There was help there off the seam early on. Having said that, the West Indies will be pleased to have got some control back. They bowled well at the new batsman mark, Ramprakash. And there it is, very clear since the loss of 2 quick wickets. First Ben Holio caught and bowled, and then Graeme Hick rather unluckily playing on off boot and pad and everything. You can see that things have slowed down. The Manhattan chart is evidence of a strong period between the 10th and the 15th over. Well, there's plenty to do in Barbados. It's not all beach life either, because you can charter catamarans and yachts and fishing boats and cruisers, gin palaces if you like, from the harbour in town. There are 2 bridges that run through the centre of town and a couple of good restaurants down there in that little marina area. And you can charter any of those and take them out for a day or half a day or whatever you fancy. It's very pretty as well in the middle of town there to have the water complementing all the shopping facilities and the tourist attractions. Plenty of spin again for Raul Lewis, Michael.
Yes, he is getting the ball to turn, and although he's looking to be pitching the ball into the rough, those balls are pitching on a normal surface and spinning quite a bit. Already Jacobs finally given his opportunity to play for the West Indies again. Most people were skeptical about whether he would be able to handle the spin bowling. Well, so far he has done well.
It's unusual from Carl Hooper. What we'll do, though, is give you an idea of the problem that Hooper has there. I think that probably was a fumble, but because of the way that the pitches are built up the area I'll come back to that in a minute, explain why Carl Hooper actually missed that ball. That square, we'd call it, or a little group of pitches, are built quite a lot higher than the outfield, and you can see the white line there goes in a dip. Well, that's a good shot from Mark Ramprakash. That's a very well thought out stroke.
The line that he's sweeping that ball from has allowed him to hit it a lot squarer than the man that's at backward square. That's why he got a boundary. Good shot.
Coming back to that point here, see how it just dips like that and then starts to go up again. That is built up here very much higher than the outfield. In other words, this area is, I should think, 6 inches lower than this area. So when a ball pitches anywhere along here, it'll suddenly scoot through low, which is just, watch this next bounce, see? It was bouncing normally to Hooper and then kept very low. So you might see the odd misfield around the square. We don't have that in England or India. The topsoil tends at least to be level with the rest of the outfield.
Lambert, 36 years old and still running around like a kid in the outfield. Good work.
In a marketing push, the West Indies Cricket Board have invented a new slogan for players over here. It's my game.
Things obviously haven't been as easy on this second day than they were on the first day for the batsmen. But England are still going along at a pretty good clip. Just about 4 runs and over. That's pretty good. I don't think they'll be too satisfied with the fact that they have lost 3 wickets. But a scoring rate of about 4 runs per over for the first, say, 30 overs. It's pretty good going, and then you hope to accelerate from there.
Ramprakash having trouble with his timing out there. He was through this stroke much too early.
Seemed to bounce a bit higher than he expected as well. That ball hitting pretty close to the handle of the bat. Of course, once it hits that high, you're not going to be getting as much power into the shot as you would like. Almost giving Franklin Rose another return catch.
Gets a single, which won't bother the West Indians because he retains the strike. It's 95 for 3. Just made the point that it got Ramprakash back on strike, that single. Rest assured that at the moment the West Indians would be happy to be bowling at Ramprakash, who's finding his feet out there and keeping Knight away from the strike as much as possible. Knight's done very well. He's 63 from 77 balls today. One of the arts of one-day captaincy is making sure you bowl as many balls as possible at the batsman in the least good form or one who's new to the crease. And the job of the batsman who's new to the crease or not in very good form is to make sure he gets singles like that and gets his mate on strike.
And the quicker the better, because that certainly can put pressure on the other batsman that's out there with him. Nick Knight, of course, going along very, very well.
Sensible bit of fielding from Stuart Williams. He wouldn't have got to it if he'd run forward at it, and so he waited back and let it spin before doing anything daft.
Of course, a lot of the spectators inside the Kensington stand will perhaps say, well, why didn't he chase in and try and catch it? Would have been pretty difficult.
Excellent cricket.
No work with the ball yet for Phil Simmons. Did do a reasonably good job on Sunday in the first one-day international.
Didn't get it this time, Nick Knight. But it does bring the 100 for England, that single. And at virtually 4 and over, it's not too bad an effort. They would reckon now that 240 might be a possibility. And after the first 5 overs of the innings, I can tell you that was very remote. Anything up towards 190 would have been good. Even scoring rate there. Going away down the leg side.
And by some way. Ramprakash just improving his strike rate a bit, getting a few more singles now.
It's not Royal Ascot. Should have worked frightfully well there either. Yeah. The use of the feet by Knight is so sharp. And Rose hangs his head almost in disbelief.
Tried it a couple of balls before, didn't quite come off. This time it's beautifully played. Not as beautiful as these yachts, of course.
This is one of the support vessels that went with a remarkable rowing race from Tenerife to Barbados, and that boat is moored in Port St Charles. These are the winners, New Zealanders Rob Hamill and Phil Stubbs, and they did it in 41 days, Tenerife to Barbados. Up at Port St Charles there, Prince Andrew arrived to present them with their trophy. The end of the previous over, and Nick Knight timing the ball very well again and making sure that all of his shots over the top are very certain strokes. There's no hit or miss stuff when Knight looks to hit the ball in the air. He's very much in control.
Very good bowling by Raw Lewis so far in this game. Has been getting the ball to turn because of the moisture in the pitch, but has also bowled a very good line to both the left-hander and the right-hander when they have been on strike. Those are excellent figures.
Have to hurry here. really tight. I think I heard Nick Knight scream at Ramprakash, go. I think Ramprakash feels that it's curtains. Hooper is the fielder, the one-handed pickup. It's going to need a second look.
That is extremely close. This is another matter of splitting frames. Very difficult to give someone out on that sort of evidence. It's a matter of whether you can get a half a frame or not. Oh, that would have to say is in.
I think that has to be in. You know, there is some doubt, and the umpires made the right decision there. There is some doubt, and really on these incredibly close line calls, in the way that you would with an LBW or a little edge to the keeper you're not sure about, I think you've got to go in favour of the batsman. Quite all there, Ramprakash, at the moment. He hasn't had a knock for a bit, of course. Didn't get any runs in Antigua in the Test match, and probably feels that with the Knight going so well, he's almost insignificant, and you shouldn't feel that. He's got a job to do himself. It's 108 for 3. Exactly 4 and over. Perfectly reasonable rate to begin with, and more interesting cricket, I must say. It's been nothing like the cricket played on Sunday, which was just an array of brilliant strokes. Here we've had a pretty even contest between bat and ball, some spins, some seam, excellent batting from Nick Knight. Michael Holding said before play began that he thought the pitch would offer to the bowlers, but also that if you batted well, you should be able to score runs in it because it would come onto the bat.
And it has. I don't think any of the batsmen would complain about this pitch at all. Certainly give the fast bowlers in particular a bit of help this morning. A bit more bounce, just a touch of movement because of the moisture in the pitch, the ball gripping. But good players will make runs because the ball is coming onto the bat. Always saw Phil Simmons do a reasonably good job in the first one-day international, being brought back into the attack again. Not too sure about exactly what he's going to decide on. Lara this time pushing back the mid-on to long-on and bringing the long-off back into mid-off.
Saw a lot of that from Simmons in the game on Sunday. He bowled, I would say, he bowled a higher percentage of off breaks, sort of off cutters, fast off breaks than he bowled seamers. When he runs in and hits the pitch, he can bowl quite a lively pace.
He can, but I think he realised on Sunday that it wasn't a matter of trying to bowl too quickly on that surface. And I don't think the surface at the moment is a great deal different from the one on Sunday. The ball is going to be coming onto the bat. If you try and bowl too quickly, you can get hit away. It's a matter of change of pace. There he goes again, beautifully bowled.
Very good shot from Ramprakash. It wasn't unlike the way Carl Hooper would play that sort of stroke, but the minimum of effort and lovely use of the hands through the ball.
That was beautifully played. That's exactly where the long off would have been. He was brought up, and Ramprakash just giving himself a bit of room, opening up a bit and lofting it to the exact spot where there is no long off. The third man has been brought up into the circle.
That's an area Mark Ramprakash has got to do something about. There's too many balls that he's not scoring off. He really needs to be hitting the gaps with these little pushes and making sure that the strike is rotated. Infuriated with things, and I'm not surprised. He's such a good player. Well, he hasn't batted for a couple of weeks. Maybe it'll come in the next 20 minutes or so. We have a change in the commentary box now, where it'll be Paul Allott and Tony Cozier.
So here's Roll Lewis to Nick Knight now. Lewis has bowled pretty well. 17 off his 6 overs. Well, that currently got some turn. Bowled to his field. And Cooper just relaxing a little bit there. Certainly should have been just one. Hooper not realizing it and taking off a little bit late.
It's just a little bit symptomatic of the West Indies out cricket. That just sums it up. Just need a little bit more of a spark.
Cooper's had one of those days. He just seems to drift a bit. One went straight through him early on, a dribbler. And he had that possibility of the run out. Got the ball back in quickly, but was just a little bit too wide of the keeper. Split second that allowed Ramprakash to get home. And it looks as if it's catching.
Well, these are the things that make the difference. This pitch is not quite as easy to score on as it was in the first international, and mistakes like this and the one by Hooper earlier in the over can be very costly at the end of the day.
So many of these matches are determined by just a few runs. When you give away runs like that, you're asking for trouble. Look at the England team, both in Sharjah and here on Sunday. Absolutely spot on, magnificent in the field. End of the over.
5 coming from it, and Ramprakash playing that paddle stroke that's become so popular now in one-day cricket from way outside off stump. He's gaining in confidence. His partnership's worth 45 now. Ramprakash has scored 18 of them. Knight's on 75 not out.
So they're just picking up their runs, and when the opportunity comes, looking to put the bad ball away. Ramprakash, the only change in this England team. Graham Thorpe has now returned to England with a dodgy back of his. Went to the airport last night on standby. Managed to get a flight out. And Holio, Elam, Brown, all players down there who can bat. Quite unusual formation there of the England score. Slow start. Some very productive overs. Strangely off Ambrose and Walsh that stage, and one off Rose before he settled down. 12 runs coming from his first over. And a couple of wickets in successive overs, and now these two rebuilding. That's very good running. Stuart Williams is one of the fastest runners on the West Indies team. He's out deep. His throwing arm isn't that strong.
It's a fairly long part of this ground as well. It was the running of Knight that made this, though. He was the man coming back to the danger end, and Williams had to throw then to the keeper, which was put another 22 yards on his throw, and let Ramprakash in easily.
It's an area that the West Indies selectors will have to look very carefully at. They've got enough advice from the phone-in programs throughout the West Indies over the past few days. .50 partnership now between these two, so they've rebuilt after the loss of Ben, Holio and Hick in successive overs. But the question of really sprucing up the fielding. Like Keith Arthurton, who's so fast and brilliant in the field, and other younger legs perhaps, and faster. I think that emphasises a point where you can just dab a ball to a fielder and a comfortable single. The end of the over, 123 for 3. That's gone. That's a big one. That's gone right onto the ground, in fact, gone into the tenantry across the road area surrounding Kensington Oval here. Known as New Orleans, that's where it's gone.
Massive blow from Mark Ramprakash. He sized that up a couple of overs ago. And there it goes, disappearing over the roof of the stand.
Yeah, it's gone beyond the car park. It's gone out of the precincts of Kensington Oval. The ball has come back pretty quickly. around the West Indies field. They really don't have the zip, as you were saying, of the England fielders and see the South Africans, for instance. It just isn't that urgency, that pace for every delivery. And even the returns are quite often like that one, awkward. It's something that they have to really work on. The World Cup is now just over a year off.
It's one of the easier things to work on as well, Tony. It makes a moderate side into a very good side. I don't think England had professed to be full of stars, but they do the simple things well. And the fielding aspect, the speed and agility in the field and quality throwing can save you as much as 15-20 runs through an innings, and that's a big margin.
Fielder into his lap. So Roll Lewis gets his revenge for that big six. He couldn't have picked out Ambrose more accurately under the scoreboard, and Ramprakash goes.
Well, trying to repeat the stroke that brought him 6 when he hit him out of the ground earlier in the over. This time picking out Curtly Ambrose at deep square leg, who takes a comfortable catch. Ramprakash gone for 29, England 131 for 4.
Holio, the England captain, comes in at the crucial stage of the innings. Another 19 overs remaining, 131 for 4.
He replaces Mark Ramprakash, who holed out to Curtly Ambrose, attempting to repeat the shot that brought him 6 earlier in the over. This time, though, Roll Lewis traps him, caught by Ambrose. 2 for 30 from 8 overs for Roll Lewis. That's good stuff from him.
Hooper is going to come on now to make it spin from the other end as well. Phil Simmons just having the 2 overs for 10 runs. Lewis has another 2 to go. And with another 19 remaining, looks as if Lara is contemplating using Hooper all the way through. He won't if he continues like this with a wide delivery. Not Carl Hooper's day, you might say.
No, Innes pushes start. He's got his 5 men on the leg side. He wants to bowl leg stump to Nick Knight, but not that wide of leg stump. It's better, a little bit of turn from Hooper. Single will get Adam Holyoke on strike. Speaking to Adam Holyoke yesterday, he mentioned that there may be a team change and that he'd like to get Mark Ramprakash into the side. He thought his bowling might be quite effective, given that Robert Croft got plenty of turn. Well, Ramprakash is in the side due to Graham Thorpe's absence with a back and there are signs that this pitch is still turning. Lewis has got some turn, and Hooper with his off spin in his first over is getting the odd ball to go.
Lara is after it. Very fast, just a slight downhill gradient here. See if they can pick up 3.
It's a danger of bowling this leg stump line. Authentic leg glance from Nick Knight.
Hooper's first over. 138 for 4 off 32 overs. Good scoring rate. 18 overs to go. They've got 6 wickets in hand. They've had a long way down.
Yeah, this is a crucial time for England. They've done, I think, probably better than they may have expected. Right, they've lost 4 wickets, but when they started this innings, I think all the batsmen will have felt that this pitch was going to offer a huge amount of help to the bowlers. And having got to this situation with another 17 overs and 4 balls left, got to set their sights on 230, 240. No throwing it away now and getting bowled out for 180. And the West Indies must feel that as well. They know now by tight bowling and some tighter fielding than they've performed so far, they could keep England well down below 200.
Good crowd has come in. With the doubt we had over whether there would be a prompt start and with the weather. But in fact, it's almost as good as it was on Sunday. I would say it is, in fact, looking around the ground. That's a good inside-out stroke. Found the gap and played it very well. Used the turn of the ball. Perfect stroke.
He looked a little bit at odds with Raul Lewis in the first match. Not a problem there. That is as good a stroke as you can see. Hitting into out, over the top. Perfectly measured shot.
Well, Lewis, 9 overs now, 2 for 36. England with 17 overs remaining, a 144 for 4. Rose has another 2 overs. Walsh has 4 more. Franklin Rose, who tightened up after his First over cost him 12. There's 3 more. It's a crucial last 17 overs here. The West Indies will feel that if, as Paul was saying, that they can really pull things back from those last 17 overs, limit England to 10, to 20. England, if they find that they get the momentum, and of course Knight is still there, and that's crucial. He's got 83. He has the measure of this pitch, no question about that, after his 100 on Sunday. Different type of pitch, of course, but he's had a wonderful time in Barbados since he's been here. Did very well in the practice matches. Had a couple of them here, England, and he was crediting, in fact, the form that he showed in those practice matches up at the Wanderers ground for the form which he had in that 100.
Back up.
Not an easy piece of fielding, but type of fielding that you would expect England to cut off with that dive. I mean, outstanding in the field. Just a slight mistiming for Wallace. He's a big man. That's been the big difference between the teams in the 2 matches we've seen so far.
Very interesting field that Hooper's got. 4 men saving 1 on the offside, a line of 3 from point to backward point, short third man, and they're not doing their job. And you've got 3 men there. You've got to save 1, or one of you has to. Nobody in the circle on the leg side. Certainly not for Knight. It's a change now for Holio. It's a 2-2 split in the circle. All change now for Knight. There'll be 3 men. 1 at short third man, 1 at backward point, and 1 at square cover, and 1 at extra cover here. And nobody on the leg side saving 1. Which probably prompted that stroke from Nick Knight. Quicker ball. He's got away with it.
So we have a break now for drinks. 34 overs gone, 16 to go, and England having been sent in a 150 for 4. water break is over. Players have had time just to refresh themselves, and the spectators a couple of minutes relaxation, and getting prepared now for the last part of the innings. 16 overs to go, 150 for 4. Nick Knight within 12 runs of his second successive 100 here at Kensington. And he and his captain Ben Holyoke. It's Holyoke in strike now, and it's going to be Lewis with his last over. In the air, but safe.
Well, he's got away with that. Adam Holyoke nearly paid the penalty for trying to hit the leg spinner through the leg side against the turn. Got a leading edge, and it lobbed over mid-off. Better from Adam Holyoke, showing the full face of the bat. Picking up a much more orthodox single. Well, it was good running in the end, just a little bit of hesitation, and then as Knight completed the run, he got himself between the fielder and the stumps, and the throw hit him.
So that's a pretty useful spell, bowling his 10 overs in succession. 10 overs, 2 for 40 for Roll Lewis, and then 154 for 4. You'll feel satisfied with that?
Many combinations open now to Brian Lara. Simmons and Hooper have only bowled 2 overs each. And we've got Simmons back in the attack, bowling those sort of fastish off breaks.
There goes the finger. Simmons very happy, and as soon as he hit the pad, I think he knew he had him. So Nick Knight falling short of another 100, and Simmons in the first over of a new spell picking up the wicket.
Just floated up there by Phil Simmons, pitched on leg stump, hardly did anything off the pitch, would have gone on probably to hit off stump. And Nick Knight out for a very well composed 90 runs. England are 154 for 5.
England now down to their all-rounders, very dangerous players towards the end of an innings. With Adam Holio, Mark Elam, Matthew Fleming, Dougie Brown. Elam comes in to replace Nick Knight, last of the really specialist batsmen.
Simmons ended Knight's innings with the first ball of that spell. Just a straight ball, really. That Knight played around. Very good 90, though.
Good piece of fielding, very good piece of fielding by Lara. Nippy. West Indies haven't looked all that alive today, but that certainly was a good piece of picking up and returning. They just have been woken up by that wicket. Ball before Lara's pick up and throw. Phil Simmons got across quite quickly to prevent Elam getting off the mark. So they can't prevent him now. Simmons back for a new spell and removing Nick Knight. 1 for 11, 155 for 5. Courtney Walsh comes back. He's got 4 overs to finish off his spell. 6 at the beginning. In the commentary box now, Bob Willis, and with him, Ian Botham.
Walsh back at the media centre end. Much better performance in the field by the West Indies, and a much better performance by their captain. He's used the bowling resources at his disposal far better than he did in the first of these matches. Admittedly, they had a much better pitch to bowl on first thing, but my opinion was that Lara left it far too late to use Phil Simmons on Sunday, and Curtly Ambrose should definitely have had the new ball, which of course he did today. Ian, how flat will this pitch be for the second innings? I mean, it's been a great toss for the West Indies to have won.
Yeah, I think it's been quite a lot of difference, but I think both captains knew that. You can't blame the ground stuff in any way, shape or form. But their efforts after the torrential downpour here. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen a day like it in Barbados, where it never looked like it wasn't going to do anything else but rain all day. So they've done very well, and unfortunately, in the climate out here, the wicket will sweat. And it was certainly the first 2 hours. It would have probably given its most assistance to the quicker bowlers in that period. I think it'll probably do a little bit all day, but I think that certainly it was a toss to win.
$13 overs left after this Walsh over. So 250 would be a good return for England from here. Yes, quite right. The umpires have been strict with the wides, both on the offside and the leg side.
I'm sure that Courtney's too happy with it, but I think that's one day wide. Change of pace again, slower ball. So I'm sure he's over impressed with that.
I
think bowlers are happy to accept wides down the leg side when the batsman can't really play a proper cricket stroke at the ball. Not so happy with the ball going down the offside.
The other thing I think that all bowlers want to see is consistency with the decisions on wides.
Shout from Courtney Walsh. There's a problem at the other end for Mark Elam. Now Walsh certainly got a touch on the ball. Had Adam Holyoake got batting it back in his ground? I'm not sure he had.
I think the reaction of Adam Holyoake suggests that he might not have got back. It's always a terrible way to get out. Oh, now this is going to be very tight. Flicks the hand. Now, Ricochet is back onto the stumps. The decision is he back? I think he might be struggling.
His bat's not over the line there, but is the bail off?
I would say that the bail is dislodged. The line does not belong to the groundsman, to the batsman, and I think that's the right decision. Very unlucky way to get out, but at the end of the day, the line, you have to be past the line. Very frustrating way to get out. But it's gone. Adam Holyoake's gone for 11. It's 158 for 6.
Dougie Brown has come in front of Matthew Fleming at the fall of Adam Holyoake's wicket. England have great confidence in all these all-rounders, batting right down the order, but that notional target of 250 looking a bit further away now. Walsh to Elam. There are many unlucky ways to get out in cricket, but none more so than this.
It's a full toss, attempted Yorker. It's driven back down the ground by Mark Elam. Courtney Walsh sticks that extremely long arm out and gets a bit of a hand on it, and Adam Holyoake, backing up as every player is taught to, watches despair. Nothing he can do about it. Very, very frustrating way to get out. Probably the worst.
Over has taken the wind out of England's sails. 158 for 6. Elam 2 and Brown on 0, and with Nick Knight going for 90. The momentum of the England innings is gone for the moment. 13 overs yet left. Those 2 wickets falling just after the 15 overs were up also stopped England in their tracks. Although Mark Ramprakash played quite fluently, he was in a long time for his effort of 29. He faced 51 balls in getting to 29, Ramprakash. But the whole difference today is that England have been losing wickets steadily throughout their innings. Phil Simmons for his 4th over. On Sunday, Stewart and Knight put on 165 for the first wicket. England hadn't even reached that yet, and they've only got 4 wickets left in the bank.
I suppose it's fair to say in England's defence the wicket is somewhat different to the one we saw at the weekend, and that really was a batsman's paradise. And I'm sure this wicket, the wicket would have played exactly the same if it hadn't have had 36 hours underneath the cover sweating. So Brian Lara, believe me, was a delighted man when he saw that coin come down the right way. He had no hesitation whatsoever inserting England. And I'm pretty confident Adam Holio would have done just the same.
No question about that decision today, Ian, but what about Lara's decision to bowl first on Sunday? West Indies haven't always been the best at chasing totals in one-day cricket.
I can only presume that his thinking was that if there was to be any assistance on the wicket, which soon became apparent there wasn't, then he might get it in the first hour.
But then he didn't give the new ball to Curtly Ambrose.
That was the strange part of the decision. If you're going to insert the side, you'd think you'd fire your 2 best bowlers at the opposition to try and make that breakthrough. Otherwise, surely the best policy in one-day cricket is to bat first, get the runs on the board, and put pressure on sides that way. But, yeah, you're right. The West Indies over the years, I always felt have played their best cricket setting totals rather than chasing them.
Very handy one-day cricketer, Phil Simmons. His test days are probably behind him now. Fantastic variety of deliveries come out of his hand. Slower balls, seamers, cutters. .38 overs completed, and England's run rate has dipped to 4.21. Slow ball this time from Walsh. These 2 England batsmen usually like to come in and throw the bat. They can't do that in this situation. England really can't afford to lose 2 more wickets until about the 46th or 7th over. So they just have to eke out what they can currently.
First we have the slower ball, then we get the delivery that nips back and at good pace. So there's still a bit of seam movement to be had out of this wicket. Of course, the one thing that England's bowlers will be remembering is they will have the new ball. But whether their bowlers are likely to exploit as much out of this wicket as the West Indians, I doubt.
It'll also be interesting, Ian, to see if Lambert and Wallace change their approach if the pitch is doing a bit more.
I doubt it somehow. I just think that particularly for Wallace, I think that's the way he plays. It comes naturally to him, and that's how he's going to do it. The reason he's in this side is because he plays that way. I doubt very much if he's going to change.
They get back for 2. Slower ball.
The ball go a little bit like an off-spinner would, rolling his fingers across the seam. Disguise the slower ball, try and give the impression that his arm is coming over at the same speed. But that one just drifting into the legs. Mark Elam.
Just 3 runs from that Courtney Walsh over. 39 completed, 163 for 6. 11 overs to go. And plenty of options for Brian Lara. Ambrose and Walsh have 2 overs left. Franklin Rose has 3. Lewis is bowled out. Plenty of overs left for the spare part men, Simmons and Hooper. No ball from Simmons.
Back it up there.
Simmons overstepping that line. The England batsman decided that the risk of a 2 wasn't worth it. Quite rightly.
Up and over, there's no third man. I think one would have to say that boundary more by luck than judgment.
For Simmons, given this just a little too much width, that's what allows Dougie Brown to have a go at it. Now, it's a little bit like the ball Alex Stewart got out to. If it goes for 4, it's fine, but you do take a risk.
Brown just getting the benefit of the doubt.
To work this on the onside. A good shout.
Nick Knight was plumb LBW. I didn't think that looked very far away at all. New wicket-keeper for the West Indies in this match, and he's done a very good job today. Ridley Jacobs from Antigua coming in to replace the injured Junior Murray. There's a gentleman strolling around the recreation ground with a T-shirt saying forgotten man of West Indies cricket, and on the back Ridley Jacobs, forgotten no longer.
Come on, pick it up there. Yes. Get up.
10 overs left for England, 170 for 6.
Now this is an interesting piece of cricket. Dougie Brown knows the fielder's a long way back there, So he doesn't try and hit it hard, he just nurdles it round the corner. That was the first one hard and cruises for 2. Just a little flick.
Elam might well have got back there. Didn't risk it. I think there had been 4 wickets down. Maybe they would have done, but not with only 4 wickets left.
Perfect example. Look how hard they run the first one to try and turn it into 2, but with a doubt, you say no and go back.
Wow, not a bad delivery for the 41st over.
It's the bounce as much as anything that surprises Dougie Brown. Just a little bit of movement away. You just feel though, the longer the sun and this breeze is on that wicket, you feel that the moisture that is there will soon disappear. And
it's very well played. It's really just glides and deflections at the moment.
very deliberately played. No slips in one-day cricket, certainly at this stage. Dougie Brown just opens the face, uses the pace on the ball and picks up 2 more runs.
Dougie Brown may have decided it's time for him to open his shoulders after all.
I think what the England players are waiting for is anything that's pitched up, anything they feel they can hit through the line of. The problem is Courtney Walsh and Caitlin Ambrose don't give you too many of those.
She's not going to slog that one very far either.
Speared in Yorker, right at the toes. Just got a little bit of bottom edge on it. Very lucky not to have got bowled. Play it on. He was very close to kicking it onto the stumps.
Excellent over from Walsh. 174 for 6, England.
What's that as well there?
9 overs, 1 for 36 for Courtney Walsh. It's going to be Simmons again from the pavilion end. England need to try and get that run rate up to 5 and over if they can. But with so few wickets in hand, it's going to be mighty difficult. Score of around 220, 225 might be all they can hope for from here, and that is going to be difficult to defend on a pitch that's getting better all the time. Knight can be happy with his work in Bridgetown. Good strike rate for Mark Elam. Elam's record in both one-day and test match cricket a little bit better than a lot of people would suppose. England have worked very hard on their fitness, both the test match squad and this one-day squad have done a lot of work with Dean Riddle, their fitness advisor, and it's shown up in their running. Carl Hooper out there at long off. Runs off that over, really not enough from England's point of view. They've got some sort of momentum going, but it's not up around the 8 and over mark. 3 real dips. At the start of the innings, life was very difficult. Knight did very well to survive, so too Alex Stewart. Stewart couldn't score any runs. Then the 2 wickets falling just after the 15th over. 2 falling together, Knight and then Adam Holio going in about the 36th over. Well, Lara's going to keep one over from Walsh up his sleeve. Franklin Rose coming back into the attack. 7 overs, 1 for 33 so far. Rose got the nod over Mervyn Dillon for the start of this one-day series. Better looking stroke. Walsh should cut off the boundary.
Good footwork. Brown prepared to come down the wicket. And it's not an aimless slog. Just picks a spot. Picks up 2 more runs. Sensible cricket.
Talk about both these sides in preparing for the World Cup, which is just 13 months away now. How far in advance do you think England should be settling on the actual individuals that are going to be in that squad, or is there a case for waiting for their form at the time? That's away for 4 over mid-wicket.
Franklin was just drifting in, bowling it from wide of the crease. Mark Elam knows there's no fielder in that mid-wicket area. What will do to stop that? That's 4 runs. Well, going back to your original question there, Bob, I actually think that the way the England team have been pulled together, they've had this nucleus now for a little while. I think it's starting to show rewards. I think the understanding in the running, the understanding in the field, the backing up, those things for a start will win you more than a few matches. So, yeah, I think it's about right, and I think you'll probably find that as many as perhaps 60 or 70, maybe even 80% of the players on display in this one-day series will be the guys you'll see in the World Cup.
Third man coming up into the circle. Lara determined to protect that leg side boundary. 3 men on the fence out there. Well, that's a superb stroke. Just one bounce for 4. Put the fielders on the leg side. I'll hit it over extra cover. Thank you very much.
I found it a little strange that Courtney Walsh was taken off at that stage. The problem is that Franklin Rose is trying to find that length. Well, he's not been allowed to, because the England batsmen are in. And they don't come much better than that. That is a perfectly executed shot. Steps away, gives himself room. And almost the maximum over extra cover.
Williams missed out on the full toss. Kent all rounds on 20. Dougie Brown's got 14. Partnership worth 32 off 38 deliveries. It's good work from these two all-rounders. He's gone for the short boundary, and he's found it. Magnificent strike from Mark Elam. A very productive over for England. 17 runs coming from it. They're now 196 for 6. Seven overs left for England to improve 196 for 6. And that really was a sweet strike from Elam, carrying easily over the boundary. Seven overs left. To talk you through them, Michael Holding is alongside Paul Abbott.
Thanks, Bob. It's a good effort this by England's lower middle order, packed full of quality cricketers. Elam and Brown quite capable of batting anywhere in the order. Fleming due next. He's opened the batting for Kent. So those 4, well, Holio concluded, those 4, very solid lower middle order for England. To Dougie Brown. Very effective make-up and look to this England side. They may not be star performers, but they're all very capable of performing well in their own departments, and each one of them can perform well in 2 out of the 3 disciplines at least. Batting, bowling or fielding, and some are very, very adept at all 3. So a lot of arm waving going on at the moment. A leg bye. Got the feeling, Michael, that England can run away with this innings here.
Well, they certainly have enough batting there to get a few runs in the latter stages of this innings. That's another good shot.
No ball as well. Symptomatic of elements of indiscipline that are in this West Indies makeup. England up to 200. Push hard and come back for two here. England scampering and getting home.
And they're running quite well, Elam and Dougie Brown. Not looking to hit the ball too hard, just pushing it into the outfield. It's pretty deep on that side of the wicket.
Run rate creeping up all the time. Push hard again. I think only one this time though.
There
we are. It's gone through the scale. The last over. It's a wide. Anything outside leg stump gets called in one-day cricket.
And Dougie Brown just making that one pass by.
Down the track. A couple of bounces. Ten off the over.
I think they know that whatever that goes down the leg side is going to be called away, but Dougie Brown just making sure this one passes down the leg side, just pulling inside the line of it at the last moment, because once it touches the body at all, whether it's the thigh pad or the pad, it's not going to be called.
Six overs left for England to bat. Rate getting up towards 5 runs and over. Partnership worth 48 between these two in 46 balls. They've only been batting together for 30 minutes. Entertaining stuff. Simmons, the bowler, bowling these rather curious off-cutter stroke off breaks, and bowled as Brown goes for an expansive reverse sweep come slog. He missed it completely and the off stump's knocked back. Simmons gets a win.
Not too sure what was going through Dougie Brown's mind there. He turned around before the ball was even released. He didn't even see where the ball was going. If he had stood his ground and played a normal shot, he could have squeezed it down to the vacant third man. It's 206 for 7.
Matthew Fleming in now for England. Relative latecomer to England's ranks at the age of 33. He's at the crease because Dougie Brown had a rush of blood against Phil Simmons. The reverse hoik and missed it. And that's all it was, a hoik. Very annoyed with himself. Phil Simmons pursuing the old adage, if the batsman misses, I'm going to make sure I hit. Fleming off the mark, first ball. Determined to enjoy himself, Matthew Fleming, whether it's with the bat, with the ball, or in the field. Just 6 matches he's played. Not only is he determined to enjoy himself, he's also determined to provide entertainment. Look at that strike rate, 114 runs per 100 balls. His strike rate. Just wonder, Michael, whether the new batsman in, all the men in the circle, right on the edge of that circle, giving Fleming one, should have been right in, making him work hard. That's got to be a wide, and there'll be runs as well.
Much too far down the leg side with that last delivery, Phil Simmons, but I think the West Indies are making sure that the men stay on the edge of the circle because this outfield is so quick, Paul. They are getting the singles, certainly, but I don't think they really want to be rushing in too much, because once the ball passes them inside that circle, more times than not, they will get 2. I think at this stage they prefer them to get the singles than to get the 2.
Walsh, good running again.
Phil Simmons bowling very full. Good work by Courtney Walsh. Always a single on. Doesn't throw very powerfully, Courtney Walsh, but at least he gets it on target.
Seven off that over from Phil Simmons. Good acceleration by England in this latter part of the innings. It's been a bit of a fits and starts innings. Slow inevitably to start with when the ball's seaming around, then a bit of a burst, 10 to 15 overs, and then a slow build up, and another burst towards the end. It's Hooper again. More Kent affair this. Matthew Fleming of Kent, Mark Elam of Kent, and Carl Hooper, who's Kent's overseas player. Bit of width and smashed away by Fleming. I think he thinks it's gone for 6. Basil Morgan thinks it's gone for 4.
Well, I'm not too sure why he hasn't asked the third umpire, Basil Morgan, because that ball seemed to hit the covers, and the covers obviously are off the field. Well, we'll have a good look at this to see exactly what happened. And that seems to be as if it hit the covers on the full, and the covers are just off the field. Very close call, one would think, though.
It's definitely hit the covers. You see the covers flap as the ball hits them. And by rights, they should be off the field and over the boundary rope. Well, it's definitely hit the covers, and the covers should be behind the rope. Changing his signal to a 6. Clubbed away by Elam. It's short of Lambert. Not very short, though.
Most of the people in that Kensington stand again behind Lambert perhaps thought he should have come in a bit quicker. Another wide.
Doesn't want to give Fleming any room outside off stump, Carl Hooper, but dragged that one down. Strike rate's good again from Matthew Fleming. Strike rate's good from Mark Elam as well, 31 from 31.
The English bowlers aren't as quick as the West Indian fast bowlers. Might not get as much help from the surface.
That's in the gap, and it's 2 more.
With 3 overs to be bowled after this one, you just might see Curtly Ambrose being brought back into the attack. He has 2 overs left to be bowled, and when he does bowl, if he does bowl, we will see exactly how the pitch responds.
Well, I think umpire Eddie Nichols has signalled dead ball here. Not sure why. Can't think why he signalled dead ball. Anyway, he did signal dead ball, and that previous delivery won't count. Oh, well played. Beautifully played from Elam. That's a lesson to Dougie Brown, if he's watching, how to play the reverse sweep.
Well, it certainly was well played. A slow delivery from Phil Simmons, but Mark Elam waited until he saw exactly what the ball was doing before he decided to play reverse sweep. Dougie Brown started his reverse sweep before Phil Simmons had let go of the ball. Once the ball is in the air, you can do nothing about it.
Clubbed away this time on the leg side. 6 more for Elam. Oh, well, Eddie Nichols has signalled 4, but it's quite clear to me that it went for 6.
Well, we'll have to take another look at this again. Just inside the rope. That's very close for him to be calling that immediately. Or perhaps he was helped by the square leg umpire.
Hammered away over wide mid-off. 4 more this time. This is top quality selective hitting from Mark Elam. Top edge that. Ambrose is coming in and has caught it. Well taken catch by Curtly Ambrose. Simmons sees the end of Elam, who has scored a very brisk 45.
This is exactly what England needed at this stage. Someone who would come in the last few overs and really put back to ball. This is a top edge from Mark Elam, looking to hit another 6 over the mid-wicket region. Ambrose taking the catch. Still a good knock by Mark Elam. 45 off just 37 deliveries. 238 for 8 England.
Robert Croft in now for the last 3 overs. After Mark Elam was dismissed by Phil Simmons with the aid of this catch from Curtly Ambrose. Fine knock from Elam. 45 from 37 balls, just what England needed. It's a career best for Mark Elam. Fleming and Croft in partnership now with just Headley to come.
And the big man, Curtly Ambrose, is brought back into the attack. He has 2 overs left in his quota.
Very well indeed in the early part of his first spell, and then just in overs 7 and 8, just a fraction too short. I think went for more runs than he really wanted to. To score off here though. Crofts away. Rates over 5.
This should give England a score somewhere in the region of 250, 260, which could be a fighting total. At the very beginning of the inning, not many people thought that they would get this far. Batsmen were struggling a bit, but things got easier the longer they stayed at the crease. And Nick Knight played a brilliant innings again. Now Curtly Ambrose trying his best to prevent England from getting too far past 250.
Perfect Yorker from Ambrose. You can't hit those very far. Best advised stroke to play against Curtly Ambrose, the sweep. It's left Michael Holio on my left, totally speechless. Yorker.
That's a delivery that Curtly Ambrose bowled beautifully, even in test matches when he first started. Doesn't seem to bowl too many Yorkers now in the test match arena, but still can produce them in these one-day internationals.
As good a 48th over of one-day game as you'll ever see. That 2 runs from it, that's all. 3 Yorkers, 3 deadly accurate length balls, and 240 for 8.
What do we do with these 12 deliveries? That's what they'll be saying to themselves, Fleming and Croft.
One thing you don't do is try and sweep Ambrose.
That's for sure.
Courtney Walsh back at the media stand end. 9 overs, 1 for 36. Don't think the West Indies are in any trouble in terms of bowling their overs in the allotted time. There was a bit of a delay at the start of the innings. One of the sight screens wouldn't work properly. Advertisements were be covered up. So that wasted about 5 minutes. Here's Walsh to Fleming. It's a slower ball and it's pulled away for 4.
Well, he picked the slower one quite well, Fleming. He did well in front of square. There is a man out on the boundary, but he's just behind square. And again, that ball just falling short of the rope.
Scythed away over third man. Come back for 3. And make it comfortably in the end.
Walsh changing his length with that last delivery, looking to bowl a much fuller length, but not quite full enough. Needs to get it right up in that block hole, on the toes of the batsman if possible.
Croft a bit of width. He'll only get 1 for that, though. Lambert out of deep cover. Short again, and Fleming pulls that away for another 4. Courtney Walsh has not learnt the lesson from Curtly Ambrose. The Yorker's the most effective ball.
Both short balls have been pulled well in front of square now for 4. That's certainly not the length that you want with bowling at this stage of the game.
.50 up for England now. Better from Walsh, the slower ball, and right up there.
That's certainly the length. Would have been even better if the line was a bit different. You want to get it in line with those stumps that when he misses you hit. Certainly don't want any batsman to have a second chance.
Shouting down the wicket to Croft. Going to run the bye if he misses it. Well, he's not. He squeezed it past Jacobs. And they'll get 3. Will they? Yes. Good running from Croft. .15 off that over.
It certainly was a very good over for England. That was an excellent delivery from Courtney Walsh, and yet they got 3 runs. Full length, right in line with the stumps. But really serious running here between these two. Croft and Fleming has brought them 3 more runs. Just 1 over to go.
Some really big productive overs there from 43 onwards. Up to 5.2. England up to 255 for 8. 1 over left. It's Ambrose to bowl the last over. Two more. Fleming up to 28 from just 16 balls paced. Continues to do this explosive job for England in the latter overs. Strike rate 175. 2 4s and 1 6. Slower ball, heaved over mid-on, but straight to Stuart Williams. And Fleming's dash ends.
Slow delivery from Curtly Ambrose. Not the most disguised slow delivery you'll ever see. But he didn't manage to get enough bat onto that Matthew Fleming. And Stuart Williams takes the catch. Could so easily have come in a bit too far, Stuart Williams, but he held his ground and held the ball. It's 2:57 for 9.
Crowd rightly very appreciative of Matthew Fleming's effort. Offered a few words of advice to Dean Headley. Just 4 balls left for Dean Headley to face. In fact, he's at the non-strikers end. Batsman having crossed. Robert Croft will be on strike. The West Indies have gone just slightly over their allotted time for bowling these overs, but we've just heard from the match referee that because of the problems with the sight screen, then they've been allowed that extra time. Therefore, it will be a 50-over reply. England will have 50 overs to bowl at the West Indies. Here's Ambrose to Croft. That's a good shot. That really is a good stroke from Robert Croft. Inside out, over extra cover for 4.
Well, anything goes at this stage of an innings. Curtly Ambrose again looking to get as full a length as possible, but not quite making the length that he wanted. That was a good shot. In line with the stumps, but not the right length. And Croft taking full toll.
He's played that well as well. That was very nearly a Yorker. And Cross ended up squeezing it away on the offside for 4 more.
Well, there was absolutely nothing wrong with this delivery. Right length, right line, right on the block hole, but just good batting. Robert Croft giving himself a bit more room again, getting his feet out of the way and slicing it just behind square on the offside.
Two balls left for Ambrose to bowl. He's going round the wicket at Croft, trying to cramp him for room here. Here he comes now, round the wicket. And he hasn't cramped him for room. Croft's only got 1 this time. Leaves Dean Headley to face the final ball of the innings. Last ball. Bowled. Middle stump Yorker ends England's innings. 266 all out in 50 overs. Ambrose gets it dead right. The last ball of the innings. England 266 all out. West Indies need 267 runs to win from their 50 overs at 5.34 runs per over. We'll be back to see how they get on.
Welcome back here. We'll just finish off showing you the England wickets that fell. Look at this. One of those guys. For a minute you thought that Curtly Ambrose was dreading the idea of having to catch that. I think maybe he was. Anyway, it was a pretty good catch against that bright blue sky, ending Mark Elam's fine innings. He went along like a train there. That made a heck of a difference. Then Matthew Fleming against the slower ball from Ambrose. Ambrose didn't bowl many of those. That was a super catch out at long on from Stuart Williams. Here we are live. A big swing from Dougie Brown. Big swing. Signalled wide. No great surprise that by the umpire. I don't think he had any choice. I think Brown was surprised it swung so much. And this was the end of the England innings. Dean Headley. Neck and crop by Ambrose. So Ambrose involved in all of those last 3 wickets. And I think he quite enjoyed himself out there today. Curtly Ambrose had a big grin on his face for a lot of the time. England need 266 runs to win this match at a rate of 5.32 per over. I think it's actually 267. It is. It's 267 to win this match because England themselves made 266. Brown to Clayton Lambert. Into movement there. Before I pass you up to the commentary box, I'd just like to apologise to anybody that was sitting watching the golf, all those Sky viewers, because completely beyond our control, we had to switch back here. Anyway, you can catch up with the golf, all you Sky viewers, at 10:30 tonight. Rest assured, we'll make sure you see the rest of play there. Here we've got Dougie Brown in operation against Clayton Lambert. Another extremely interesting one-day match on our hands. Let's get up to the commentary box now, where we can join Tony Cozier.
Yes, indeed, a very interesting situation. West Indies might not have believed they would have had as many as they do have to chase. Coming into the last 10 overs when England exploded at the end of their innings, scoring 96 from the last 10 overs. And just emphasizing the value of having batsmen such as Matthew Fleming, Mark Elam, Dougie Brown towards the end of the order. Just look at that climb towards the last 10 overs.
Saw Walsh and Ambrose get the ball to go through when the pitch was damper earlier on. There's that progress that England made in the last few overs. Sensational effort after a difficult start. 266 certainly would represent as good a total as they achieved on Sunday, given the different conditions. Dougie Brown had a long chat with Adam Holyoke about the field for Philo Wallace. They've left it fairly orthodox. It must be a temptation to do without third man against Wallace and have some cover back behind the bowler. For Lambert, the long leg is very square, almost a deep backward square leg. Two men in catching positions are orthodox slips, and don't be kidded by that. Clayton Lambert didn't play that ball.
Yes, reading one of the English Sunday papers, they went up to the Durham League, where these two have played professional cricket for the last few years, and interviewed some of those who bowled against them. One of the comments was that Clayton Lambert leaves the ball alone so well. Didn't leave that one. So the first over from Brown, 3 without loss.
England haven't got the same pace about their opening attack. That's a good start for Dougie Brown. He had a difficult time in the first of these matches. He's a real competitor. England skipper didn't play a lot of part in the Test match series. Played in the side in the first 2 tests of the series.
an edge, but he gets him a single. Not where he intended.
Wallace looking for the shot down the ground.
Get the feeling with this England squad here is that so many of them know that they are playing in this and this alone, not test players, and they really give it their all. People like Elam and Fleming, they're out there to do a specific job. McKnight, nice shot, just a push. We've seen Lambert play that so well during the course of proceedings already.
The fielding tactic didn't quite work out as Adam Holio would have hoped. Meant to be an effort by the brothers, but the elder one ended up doing most of the fielding.
You'd think they'd work the routine in the backyard when they were playing as youngsters. Perhaps Ben felt that it wasn't appropriate to do it on an international stage. Looked nice. Well struck, gone for 6. Remarkable stroke.
Well, Dean Hetley was bowling a very good line at Clayton Lambert, but that one strayed and swung, I think, onto leg stump. Lambert's very strong in that area.
Just to emphasize the strength of the man, and he could just pick that up off his legs and hit it away. It's not a very long boundary over that side, but just to use his wrists and flick the ball away up against the advertising boards. He is a strong man, Clayton Lambert. Came through the Guyana Defence Force at one stage before he turned to professional cricket. Here's another strong man, Fuller Wallace.
This is where the West Indies have the advantage. The pitch in much better condition now than at the start of play. That moisture gone. Ball coming onto the bat nicely. Wallace and Lambert shouldn't have any of the problems that beset Knight and Stewart.
That's why they've got the man a lot squarer than usual. And there's a difference between the West Indies and England in running between the wickets and the fielding. England certainly would have tried for a second there and probably have got it. Had a long way to go to get to it, only now on to it, and after what happened on Sunday when Lara was run out, they're not taking the chance. Not a very interesting discussion about changing the test team when you come into a one-day situation. The Australians now are complaining a bit in India. 6 of their players have been sent back after they've just had the satisfaction of winning a test match, having lost the first 2 very comfortably. They changed their captain. He's had some interesting things to say. The feeling is that they were on a high after having come back and won that last test so well against India. And now to change the side just intercedes at a time when things were starting to bubble. Now the reverse with England, where having lost the test series and having been defeated in Antigua with that collapse towards the end, the injection of new players has brought a new spirit into the side.
I think the point you make, Tony, about this being a lot of these players' only opportunity is a very valid one. At the end of a test series, test players who have lost a series can be guilty of going through the motions in 5 more games of cricket, but not so the likes of Matthew Fleming and Dougie Brown, who you wouldn't think would be playing test match cricket.
Half volley, but you still got to put it away, and that was beautifully put away by Lambert. So 3 overs gone, 19 without loss. .67 the West Indies target. Fine leg is quite square. That's a very fine deflection by Wallace.
We saw in his previous over Headley drift on leg stump to Lambert. Now he's guilty of doing the same thing to the right-hander. 4 more. Just the start the West Indies would have wanted.
Deliberately over the top. Whether it's a test match or a one-day international doesn't make much difference to Phil Wallace. You go over the top in either.
Phil Wallace has been looking for this shot since he walked out to the middle, and at last he's got it down the ground over mid-on's head. The mid-on pinned inside the circle at the moment. Adam Holyoke may have to have a rethink about that.
There's one of the differences between the teams. Dougie Brown very, very fast. He's in a key position down there at 3rd man. Gets that ball back in so quickly. Gets to it so quickly. Several times he saw England take 2 runs down in that area. Not with Brown. That's a big one. That is a big blow. Absolutely straight back down the ground. Don't the crowd love it?
Well, you never guessed what island Philo Wallace is from. That's a cracking shot. Happens to the bowler. Bit of extra effort to try and get your own back. Oversteps the line.
End of a very eventful over, you might say. 17 off it, 36 without loss.
.36 coming up off just 25 deliveries. Brown and Headley suffered some stick in the first of these matches, not improving their fate today. Some run rate so early in the piece. Still no major change to the field.
No question of Lambert leaving that one alone. That was a beauty. Forced him into the defensive shot.
Ball jagging away from the left-hander, and Lambert acknowledging what a good delivery it was.
Just referring to the fact that they used to have played in the Durham League for so long. In fact, Clayton Lambert, for something like 15 seasons, has a tremendous reputation up there. But he won't be returning this year, we understand. Not sure where he's going, but apparently he's not come to terms with the clubs up there, and he won't be going back to the Durham League. He will be staying here in the Caribbean if he gets a contract with the West Indies board, looking to resume the county championship up in Jamaica, which they started last year with a number of the West Indies players participating. And that is an experiment which may well be copied by one or two of the other territories. However, Philo Wallace will be going back. Goes back to Sunderland. Beautifully struck.
Every ball is now being punished that isn't of perfect line and length. This time it's Brown who slides the ball down the leg side, and that's just a flick of the wrist from Wallace. One bounce over the line.
That is a great delivery. Brown doesn't get any help from the keeper, but even if it didn't touch anything, it was worth a shout.
There's definitely more seam movement with these white cricket balls.
Was one of the slogans when white ball was first introduced back in the days of World Series cricket under Kerry Packer. which changed so much in international cricket eventually. See the white ball fly. Certainly does seem to do that. It may be an optical illusion because it is white and you see it so much better than the red one. That's it. Now let's see what the umpire will say here. Wallace is standing his ground or is he going back? He's asking the umpire. Yes, he's giving him out. Took it cleanly, no question, trying to go over the top. And a low catch. Took good timing to catch it.
Very good catch indeed. And the fielder not holding on to it for any length of time. It's Adam Holio taking a beautiful catch. The end of a cameo from Philo Wallace. He's gone for 22. The West Indies already 41 for 1.
Windies 41 for 1. Batsman is Wallace for 22. The new batsman is Lara.
Brian Lara comes up. That ball was in the air long enough for Holyoke to get under it, but he had to time it well. Would have been on the back foot when he saw the shot. And he had to come forward and just get the fingers under it. Not that the entertainment has stopped by any means.
Nearly everyone in the ground's enjoying this, apart from Dean Headley. Just a little bit of width again. Enough to get the swing of Clayton Lambert's arms through the ball.
Does seem as if this white ball is flying all over the place, more than the red one would. But again, he likes it, I think.
Well, it is fantastic entertainment for the crowd. Ball flying to all parts of the ground. Started the innings in complete contrast to England's effort.
Raises the 50 halfway through the 6th over.
Another look at that catch from Adam Holyoke. Beautifully taken. Now the field changes begin to come. Hick's already moved out in front of the wicket.
What this has done here is allowed Lara coming in now just to settle in. Not that it takes very long usually to do that. It's given such impetus to the West Indies scoring that they don't need to really hurry that much now. On Sunday, they fell short by only 16 runs and were all out with almost 3 overs remaining in the innings. Lack of judgment, perhaps, in running between the wickets and a couple of shots. The effect of Lambert and Wallace eased the pressure on the other batsmen.
Now it's Lara's turn. What a way to get off the mark. West Indies race on to 54 for 1.
Everything right about that shot. Right back, full flow of the bat, and punch through square in the offside. And only the second ball he's faced. He's got him. Very, very slack running by Lambert. That's gone. Magnificent fielding by England. Ben Holio coming in from the cover field. It's Nick Knight, in fact, coming in from cover. Look at that save to begin with. Slack running, and Lambert just ambling home and is gone by a long way. What superb work by the England fielders. He can walk off, I think he knows it. Just waiting for confirmation.
Clayton Lambert just waiting for the dreaded red light. Third umpire Halley Moore just wanting to make absolutely sure everything is in order. He's at least a foot short. The light will go on now and Lambert will have to go. Brilliant fielding by Nick Knight. Premature end for Clayton Lambert. The West Indies now 54 for 2.
Lara going by for 25. The incoming batsman is Stuart Williams. West Indies then 54 for 2.
Stuart Williams comes out to replace Clayton Lambert, out to this magnificent piece of fielding.
Not only does Knight clutch the ball, pirouettes round and hits about 1 1/3 stumps. That's all he would have been able to see. And once again, Brian Lara involved in a run out. This time he's left out in the middle.
And as we've been saying over and over, as we saw in Sharjah in the Champions Trophy in December, England's fielding perhaps the most important part of their game. Not that you can stop that with any sort of fielding.
Well, that's the danger of having that man so square to the left-handers. I could understand it for Lambert, but Lara, a much more orthodox player, so the ball will usually go finer off leg stump.
With that run out, it was the stop to begin with, which had Lambert hesitating. Here's the shot from Lara, and that stopped. Lara's there easily. Now the backing up batsman should have been down there. Lara is easily into this end. The backing up batsman should have been home comfortably. But there was hesitation because of the save from Knight. And then Lambert just trotting home, really. Here it is once more. There's a save. There's a yes and a no. And Lambert gone by a yard or so. Dismissive. That is absolutely dismissive, arrogant, call it what you will.
Well, the crowd have had a treat already. So the feast isn't over yet. It's just about the perfect cricket pitch for Lara and his style of play.
Holio and Brown together now want to change in the field. They're going to bring out the second slip, and he'll come into the short extra cover. Graeme Hick is moving into that position.
Dougie Brown has kept his composure really quite well in amongst this onslaught. Stuart Williams hasn't faced a ball yet. He can play some shots. Carl Hooper due in next. We saw what he could do in the opening match in this series.
End of the over from Dougie Brown. 7 overs gone, 62 for 2. That comparison quite staggering, but different circumstances at the start of the England innings. West Indies now travelling along at almost 9 runs and over. That was a case at one stage on Sunday's game, and they still lost. 62 for 2 in the commentary box. Paul Allen and Ian Botham.
Dean Headley still persevering. The runs column looks very good for the West Indies, not so good for England. The fact is that England have this knack of taking wickets. 3.1 overs, none for 40 for Dean Headley. It's a wicket to Dougie Brown. He's got 1 for 22 and a brilliant run out from Ben Holyoke. From Nick Knight, I'm sorry. The West Indies have got themselves into this situation here, rattling along at 8.5 runs and over. All they've got to do now, Ian, is just keep batting, surely.
Well, we thought that the weekend's game. Yeah, England so resourceful in the field. The difference between the two sides, as fielding sides, is oceans apart. That fourth over, ball disappeared to all parts. But having said that, the West Indies got a flyer the other day chasing, and England peg away. It's a funny thing, one-day games.
One more to Stuart Williams. Takes him up to 2. He's recalled into the side today because Chanderpaul's unfit. 41 matches, average of very nearly 38. One century. The strike rate is 66.5. That's fairly modest.
It isn't in the context of what we've seen in these first 2 one-dayers.
Just out of reach. Matthew Fleming with the despairing dive, but it's 4 more to Lara.
Lara going for the pull shot, not quite getting it out of the middle of the bat. Fair bit on it, but despairing dive from Matthew Fleming. Well, that will have been possibly catch the century who got that one. Terrific effort, total commitment.
69 for 2 from 8 overs. So that dive from Matthew Fleming just epitomises the England effort in one-day cricket. May not be a team packed with stars, but they all pull their weight at whatever they're doing at the time, whether it be batting, bowling or fielding. And Adam Holyoke persevering with Dougie Brown and Dean Headley. Headley's gone for 45 from 4. Brown more respectable, 1 for 22. Not exactly stunning figures, Ian.
There have been some pretty impressive shots played.
Williams with that favourite work away, back with a square.
Loves it in that area. Anything he can roll his wrists on. Watches it onto the bat. Picks up a lot of runs with that shot. Stuart Williams.
.63 offside field from Dougie Brown, bowling to Brian Lara. And that's why he can continue bowling that line. Bring slip into play.
Well, Dougie Brown and Brian Lara will be teammates next summer. Brian Lara just looking to run it. Third man area, opening the face. Very close to that outside edge.
Hammered through wide mid-on for 4. Quite deliberately worked on the leg side by Brian Lara.
Brian Lara aware of the offside dominance in the field. Just gets his foot over a little further. Gets it through wide mid-on. Amazing strokes this young man produces.
What a nice symmetry to his innings. Doesn't need to run very far. 5 fours. Could be 4 more. Ben Holio cuts it off. And Lara gets 3.
Drifting down that leg side, and that's fatal with this field. 6-3 offside field. Past the outside edge. Stuart Williams again looking to play it into that third man area. There's always an element of risk with that shot, but it is also very productive. One-day cricket.
Stuart Williams' record in the Sharjah tournament. And a very good record it was too. Eight from the over. West Indies 77 for 2. Stark contrast in the comparison, caused mainly by the conditions of the pitch. Run rate 8.55 runs per over. Still need 190 to win, the West Indies, but just a bit over 4.5 runs per over. Pitch was quite damp this morning. Allowed significant movement off the seam. Really, the only movement now is the ball to the boundary. Good running. Still 5.5 overs to go before England can put more men out on the boundary. Only 2 men allowed outside that 30-metre circle at the moment. It will be so until the end of the 15th over. So it tests the bowlers and the captain's ingenuity where to place the fielders. Ramprakash at extra cover. He's extreme right on your picture. He's outside the circle at the moment, but will move inside just as the ball is delivered. Here he comes now. And he's in the frame. Caught by Ramprakash. Lara has gone. Headley has got a wicket. The West Indies are 79 for 3.
This is the blow that England desperately needed. Brian Lara looking in a magnificent form. And to force it off the back foot, Mark Ramprakash is delighted. Dean Headley was taking a little bit of a battering, but he kept going. Gets the wicket of Lara, goes for 24. West Indies 79 for 3.
Hooper comes in to replace his captain, Brian Lara, who's just gone for 24. Caught by Mark Ramprakash off Dean Headley. You can safely say he's pleased about that.
And that's an understatement. All the England supporters, probably a few of those who were disappointed to see Lara go.
Gloved, or shoulder of the bat, it's flown over slip. And Hooper gets off the mark with a streaky four.
I find it quite surprising that Carl Hooper comes in at 5. Form he showed in the last game, I thought he wanted to be at number 4. Bounced a bit, that ball, but a tentative out there, a little push. It sails away. In fact, it's a very good shot in one-day cricket. Almost impossible to set a feel for that.
Big round of applause for Dean Headley. 1 for 51 from 5. May not be the most economical figures, but the important wicket of Brian Lara goes to Dean Headley. 83 for 3 from 10. Top quality entertainment here, provided by England and the West Indies. Stuart Williams on strike. Shows you just how far ahead the West Indies are in terms of run scoring. But England will feel maybe just a little bit of quiet confidence, Ian, do you think, now that they've taken 3 wickets and Lara's gone?
Another 184. It's a lot of runs, and you tend to feel, looking at that West Indian lineup, that 2 more wickets and England, I think, will be very much in the ascendancy.
Phil Simmons due to come in next, then Ridley Jacobs, the wicketkeeper, and Lewis and Franklin Rose. West Indies can afford just to take stock a little bit here, rattling along at 7.5 plus and over. They need to bat sensibly and properly now, Williams and Hooper. No need to take any risks. Hooper got himself out in the last game on Sunday, trying to hit over the top. It's a pleasing reading for Dougie Brown. Not been near a maiden in the innings as yet. Oh, he's bowled one now. That's good stuff from Dougie Brown. West Indies 83 for 3. contrast here. It's giving Hooper a bit of a hurry up.
The best way to stem the flow of runs is to take a few wickets. And suddenly the ball starts to do a little bit more. The batsman starts to become perhaps not quite so confident, feeling a little bit more for the ball.
With a no ball from Headley, still not cleared up this no ball problem. Very nearly a full house here at Kensington Oval. Still plenty of England supporters, but a lot more locals in the ground than there were for the Test match. Whether they're local supporters or English supporters having a good time. A few beers, a few rums, and heaps of entertainment. Just pulled up short. Two more to Hooper.
Just defensive push, really, just forcing it off the back foot. Well fielded, done the covers a lot of good.
Over the top. It's a classic Hooper stroke that's got him four.
Too full of ball. Carl Hooper has made it quite clear his intentions. Anything that's up there, he'll feel while the restrictions on the field placings until the 15 overs are still there to be enjoyed as far as he's concerned. If it's there, he doesn't mind lofting it over mid-off.
Seven off the over. West Indies 90 for 3 off 12. Run rate exactly 7.5 runs per over. Stewart and Holio in discussion. West Indies twice as many runs at this point as England had. They need 177 more runs to win. Still at a fairly healthy rate, 4.65 per over. The outcome of the chat means that Dougie Brown continues to persevere. Not timed by Williams. Chopped away down to third man.
Lucky to get away with that, Dougie Brown. Short, little wide. Stuart Williams not quite getting it out the middle of the bat. And that's probably what saved the boundary. It's the single. Could so easily have been 4.
Huge number of matches Carl Hooper has played. 500, 21 50s, averaging just over 35. Got to 4,000 runs in one-day internationals in the last game here, only the 5th West Indian to achieve that milestone. Richards, Haynes, Greenwich and Lara are the others. Good restricting stuff again from Dougie Brown. Just conceded 2 runs in his last 2 overs. Seven overs, 1 made and 1 for 32. He wants a drink down at deep fine leg. Headley again. All sorts of options open to Adam Holio, Ian. There's plenty of medium paces as captain himself. That's Robert Croft with his off spin. Matthew Fleming can bowl his medium paces. Ramprakash and Hick can bowl off spin as well. That's 4. No question about that.
Well, short and wide. Carl Hooper, I think, dream about deliveries like this wicket. Anything where you're allowed to get your arms free, and as this wicket's dried out as the day's gone on, it's certainly better to bat on now than to bowl.
Matthew Fleming. Graeme Hick, who didn't bowl in the first game. Ben Holyoke, who didn't bat or bowl in the first game. I wonder if his big brother will give him a go in this one. Mark Ramprakash. And Mark Elam, who will definitely get a bowl fairly soon. So plenty of resources for England in the bowling stakes. length again, and 4 more. 100 up for the West Indies.
Stuart Williams, I thought was should have perhaps hit a boundary off Dougie Brown with a short wide ball. He's made up for it this time. Dean Headley again short and wide of the off stump, again paying the price.
Ten off the over, another productive one for the West Indies, who are 102 for 3. Change in the commentary box now. Michael Holding is with Mark Nicholas.
No change in the tempo of the play, however, because Stuart Williams has played an exquisite pull stroke off Dougie Brown. The ball wasn't horribly short by any means, but it was dispatched with great skill and speed of eye. Lovely stroke. Alex Stewart is suggesting another fielding change here. We've now got both the close fielders are at short extra cover and short mid wicket. Cricket here at Kensington has been quite thrilling in both matches in their different ways. Though in the main, the batsmen have had the larger part of the fun.
And I think that's pretty much what you want in a one-day international. The bat to win over the ball. This certainly has been a very good pitch for batting. The bowlers pretty much had their fun this morning when the pitch was conducive to fast bowling. A bit of pace and bounce and just a bit of sideways movement. But I think on a whole the pitch has been a bit kinder to the batsmen.
Brown has done rather better than Dean Headley. 7.4 overs from Brown, 1 for 36. Economy rated for 4.69. Headley 7 overs, 1 for 68. And an economy rate that he won't want to hear about, 9.71. Almost, Mikey, as if Dean Headley being a little quicker, a little more of a skidder, has come onto the bat almost perfectly for the batsman.
It does seem as if on this pitch, the quicker you bowl, the easier it is for the batsmen to play their shots. Not a great deal of swing, and the ball just skidding onto the bat. Holio and England will be happy that the 15 overs have passed. Now they can afford to put a few more fielders outside the circle, and that just might mean that Robert Croft will be brought into the attack, as we see the captain speaking to him at the moment.
try to give you some idea of teams' run charts. It's always difficult to make an exact comparison. Fabulous effort by England at the end of the innings. They scored 87 from their last 8 overs. Mark Elam and Matthew Fleming, the main destroyers there. The West Indies got off to a pretty good start. Everybody came out with guns blazing. The difference being that 3 wickets fell either to brilliant fielding or to a bit of batting indiscretion, whereas England early on had it pretty tough against the West Indian fast bowlers. The pitch was a little damp after sweating probably under the covers and a lot of rain yesterday, and it wasn't a very good toss to lose, to be honest. It was obvious that whoever won the toss would choose to field first. England did well to get up to 266, and clearly the West Indies have come out to decimate them, really bat them out the game, it seems to be. Still 161 needed to win from the 35 overs, and it was Robert Croft who put the brakes on during Sunday's match. He's called into the attack straight away by Adam Holio when the 15 overs are up, and he's going to an orthodox field.
Bowling to 2 right-handers at the moment. Robert Croft, of course. Shivnarine Chandapal, one left-hander in the West Indies team, is not playing today.
Wallace was the first to go, caught at deepish mid-off, really, not timing a drive over the top of mid-off from Dougie Brown. Lambert was run out quite brilliantly by Nick Knight, so brilliantly that it was almost unbelievable the split second it happened, and then Lara was caught by Ramprakash at cover. One of the features of England's cricket in Sharjah, and again the other day here, was their out cricket. Ground fielding was fast and safe, and at times brilliant. Bowling steady, catching exceptionally consistent. To show you this run out again, Michael, this was a bit special.
It was brilliant. Clayton Lambert thought that there was a simple single, he was just jogging, and then this.
Good start by Croft, gets applauded by the former captain of the England A side in Sri Lanka this last winter, and now of course leading batsman in England's one-day team here in the Caribbean. Knight, the man who dealt with Clayton Lambert. I don't think that Lambert had any idea that the run out was on, you know.
Well, that's what I was saying, that he was just jogging through. Thought to himself, a simple single, that ball would be going out to the man at point on the boundary. And then to his surprise, flying Knight and shattered stumps.
He was the white knight in shining armour for English supporters, the black knight of doom for the men of the Caribbean. Mark Elam is the new batsman. Oh, there we go. The knight with shining armrows. Here's Mark Elam with his little mixtures of medium pace bowling. Must be nice, Michael, for these guys to come on in the middle when you're going to have a few fielders on the fence again. Bowling with the new ball against batsmen going for you in this cricket is no fun.
None of the fast bowlers have really enjoyed it. The West Indies had their problems in the first game, and now the English fast bowlers have had theirs. But immediately 15 overs are bowled and the fielders are dispersed. One always thought on this pitch that slips were going to be pretty much a luxury. Certainly did see a few slips earlier on in the innings, but not too many edges have been found.
Carl Hooper won't have been pleased with the way he was out in the first game. He was cruising along with Lara. They were winning the match. And he hit it out and was caught on the long off boundary by Dean Headley at a time when really they needed to just knock it around. If they'd scored at 3 or 4 and over, they'd have cruised home in the end. 23 balls for 17 today. That's a good rate. It's very important that to the senior players, the top order batsmen, men like Carl Hooper and Stuart Williams to a degree, stay in. You've just got to stay in and see it through for your team. No good looking at a card that's got a series of guys getting in, smashing it around the ground in quick time and getting out again. What you need is somebody going on to get 80 or 90. Nick Knight has done it in both matches for England, and it's led them to big scores.
Well, as they say in this game, you keep on learning, or at least you should. Obviously, the West Indies team didn't learn from their mistake in the first one-day international. Both openers went out, blasted away in the first one-day international, got out quite cheaply. And similarly today, no one willing to really sit down and really construct an innings.
Very good start from Mark Elam. Nice steady stuff. West Indies 109 for 3 as we approach a drinks break.
Ladies and gentlemen, another book on sale from the Super Shop is Statistics of West Indies Cricket, 1865 to 1989. This is by Jimmy Richards and Harry Warren, forward by Michael Manley.
Very pretty shoreline on the east coast of Barbados, running up through Bathsheba. This is the rougher side where you can get some pretty good surfing in. You don't want to swim exactly here because there's a fair few sea urchins and a lot of very strong currents, but a couple of miles down from there is some good swimming in rougher seas, more invigorating, I suppose, is the word, than the west coast, which is very calm water and very luxurious. Back here live, Robert Croft is preparing to bowl to Stuart Williams. And he's made a good start. Croft has 2 runs from his first over. Been quite happy to give the ball a bit of air. He's getting just a bit of curve away from the right-handed batsman.
Lots of cover in the deep for Robert Croft. Adam Holio not experimenting in any way, not keeping more than the 4 necessary inside the circle.
Those 2 rates are just closing in on each other a touch. The West Indies were about 7.5 at one stage not so long ago. It's good fielding out there. Ramprakash moving first time to his left side and getting the throw in fast, and then to his right side this second time.
Four singles coming from that over from Robert Croft. That's pretty much what the West Indies need to be doing at this stage. They've lost 3 wickets. Don't think they really needed to lose those 3 wickets that quickly. They can well afford to push around for the next perhaps 10-12 overs and keep their wickets intact. That's what they've got to do. Simmons, Jacobs, Lewis, Rose, Ambrose and Walsh to come.
Previously, England won't have worried too much about that tail, but watching Raoul Lewis and Franklin Rose the other day, they might think to themselves it's not quite such a pushover as we'd first thought. Two of them. Very happy looking Curtly Ambrose all day. And on the left of the picture, Franklin Rose. They can just find a couple to play sensibly, rather like the Williams is playing at present, in fact. And Hooper. Very strong favourites, the West Indies. Elam is a very good example of how the one-day game has evolved and how bowling in it is very much a mental exercise. It's cat and mouse with the batsman, and you've got to think ahead of him. What you've got to do is weigh up in your own mind how the batsman may think. Now, Elam has the advantage here because he plays with Carl Hooper for Kent, so he's seen him bat in one-day cricket a lot, probably batted with him a lot. And at the moment, he's doing a very good job of keeping him quiet. It's 115 for 3. Just out of the reach of the man diving at mid-wicket.
Matthew Fleming is the man there at the mid-wicket region. Quite a few singles to be had if you can get to the pitch of the ball and drive it along the ground as Carl Hooper did there.
Well bowled, that's the swinger, that's a good appeal. Wonder if that might have missed off stump. Well worth looking at that again.
I think that hit him just outside the line of off stump, actually. Not spinning back.
Croft getting excited because he won the moral battle, I think. Beating Williams with his flight.
Sure, Williams getting just a bit carried away, though. Not quite getting to the pitch and still going through with the shot. Two men out deep waiting on any lofted on drives. One of them is, of course, Ben Holyoke in the mid-wicket region. And there's also a long on. Another 4 runs off that over from Robert Croft.
Well, it's one of the big differences from the other day when they played Croft. They seemed very determined to get after him, and he got a bit of extra bounce, touch of spin, and a lot of the West Indian players paid for that, really. Here today, they can just knock him around. They don't seem to have to take a risk against him. They're ahead of the run rate. They're going very smoothly. They can just let Croft bowl, nudge him at 4 and 5 and over with singles, and they'll take a lot of pressure off themselves, put it back on England.
Well, the West Indies are well ahead of England at the same rate, same time in the innings, and of course this is pretty much what they need to do: push the ball around, pick up the singles. Might not be all that exciting for the spectators wanting to see boundaries being hit, but this is sensible batting. Again, you can see the run rate and the required rate closing in on each other.
You can That's a sensible run from Williams. He'd noticed that the man at mid-on had just gone back about 5 or 6 yards. Slower ball from Elam. There's probably a signal out there to warn everybody that the slower ball is coming. Most sides would have a plan. Either the wicketkeeper or bowler would set it off. Bowler might make a signal to the keeper, and then the fielders may respond to something the keeper does. These days, with so many slower balls bowled, it's quite important to have some sort of code. But in fact, the man at mid-on is now staying back on the edge of the circle all the time, particularly for Kyle Hooper, who's so good at hitting the ball in the air, particularly over long off and long on. That's very good, steady stuff indeed from the Kent all-rounder. He's had a good day. Superb batting performance. Made 45 in quick time. I reckon it was from 37 balls, if I remember correctly. We'll just look that up. Yeah, 37 balls. And now he's come on and immediately bowled 3 overs for 5 runs when Dougie Brown and Dean Headley were going all around the park. And those rates are changing quite fast now. The run rate required is at 5.76. Overall, it's just over 5, so at least England have got it above the general rate. That's a good stop. Sprawling Robert Croft.
Every run matters. Good work by Robert Croft.
Three from that over from Robert Croft. It's 1-2-4 for 3 now. Gillum is continuing to Stuart Williams. And another sensible deflection for a single, and it brings the new men into the commentary box. Here are Ian Botham and Tony Crozier.
So the West Indies batsmen just reduced to scoring in singles. We've had 19 singles in succession from these two. That's the 20th single in succession. So those signs with the 6 and 4s on them have become redundant. You've got to use them for some other purpose. So you're trying to make yourself look ridiculous, I suppose. Singles in succession out of that stand of 48. Not many singles in the earlier partnerships. Between them, Lambert, Wallace and Lara had 11 4s and 2 6s. Williams has had 2 4s in his 26 and Hooper's had 3. The last of those boundaries came a long time ago. Last boundary in the 15th over, in fact. So the crowd has gone quite quiet. Williams will feel that he should have put that one away, but drilled it straight at Knight. Had a bit of room.
On this England side now, Tony, I think one of the things that's impressed me about anything else is the way that they all pull for each other, whether they're batting or whether they're fielding. They dive around for things that perhaps most people regard as lost causes, and occasionally you stop one or you pull off a great catch. I say they're probably up with the South Africans now in the fielding department.
I would say no question of that. What we saw in Sharjah in the Champions Trophy tended to confirm that view, and they've come here. Just going to drop short, just a little chip. Ramprakash coming in. The standard has been maintained here. We've had 2 essential runouts, one on Sunday of Lara, and one today of Lambert.
What a clever shot. We're not trying to hit it out the ground, just content to chip it over the infield and pick up a single. Glenn Turner, the New Zealand opener, was a master of that.
I was saying earlier, Ian, that I get the feeling here that so many of these players on the England team, as we look at the 50 partnership between these two, are not Test players. This is their only opportunity to appear at the international level. Even someone like Robert Croft, only 1 Test in the series. So this is their big stage. This is where they have to do it all. Whereas some of the other players, Test cricket, this is only one-day stuff.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think there's an element of that, and I think that it makes sense, though, to pick a side that's here or is there to do a specific job. You don't put 3-mile steeplechasers into a 7-furlong race, do you? So it's a case of horses for courses. I think you've got some people like Matthew Fleming, prime example, Dougie Brown, Mark Elam. These guys are unlikely to play, I think, a lot of Test cricket, but they will play a lot of one-day cricket.
Lucky there with the top edge just over the head of the keeper.
So he's going for the sweep shot again. Actually, I think it might even have been a glove. Tony just punched up, hit him on the chest and landed safely.
Overs gone, 132 for 3. Now they'll pick up 2 here. So breaks the sequence of singles. 26 singles we had in succession before that 2. So 135 for 3, coming up to the halfway stage of the innings now. Early on, looked very much as if it would be virtually all over by now, the way Lara started and Lambert was playing. Those wickets very, very important. And just the value of fielding. There's Nick Knight after it. He was the one who ran out Clayton Lambert with a quite sensational piece of fielding. But fielding has been one of the most essential ingredients of the limited overs game from the very beginning. 1975 World Cup final. Viv Richards won that every bit as much as Clive Lloyd. Here's the run out today. Brilliant save, then to turn around, then to throw at the stumps and hit them. All in a flash. Viv Richards in that World Cup final. Ran out Alan Turner to begin with, and then 2 fellows by the name of Chappell, both brothers, Ian and Greg, who could bat a bit. And in the end, the result there was no more than I think 19, 20 runs, something in that region, and he would have backed the Chappells to get that many. Richards hit the stumps on both occasions. So 6 runs off the over. Now things beginning to tick a little bit more steadily for the West Indies. They've seen things through. 138 for 3, halfway point. Margin of victory then, in fact, in that World Cup final was 17 runs. Memory begins to fade after all those years. Where would you have been then? Were you on the Lord's ground staff then?
Yeah, I think I was. If I wasn't on the ground stuff, I'd have certainly been with Somerset. I can remember watching that game then. I can remember Viv hitting the stumps. I mean, he wasn't the only great West Indian fielder in those days. Clive Lloyd wasn't too bad. But, a few others. Gordon Greenwich. Keith Boyce. He could throw the ball with a bit of power.
Yes, and that was one of the strengths of the West Indies team, not only in one-day cricket but all-round cricket. Roger Harper then joined the side. And even fielders who were weak at the beginning, someone like Andy Roberts, for instance, came into the side purely as a fast bowler, couldn't bat much, ordinary fielder, and then worked at it and became a very efficient fielder and a very useful batsman to come in at number 8 or 9. I feel that this West Indies team needs some work on it. Hot work out there today. It's very humid. A little bit of breeze coming across the ground, but the humidity from yesterday's rain still high. So even though the sun has not been burning down, it's been the humidity out there that's made it hard work. You can see the sky still with low cloud. It's looking southwards. Cleverly disguised, just a little drifter. So 26 overs gone, 144-3. The West Indies require another 127 runs to win the match. Elam starting his 6th over, just 15 runs conceded from his previous 5, and to follow on his 45 of 37 deliveries towards the end of the England innings, which really initiated that burst of scoring for England. Also one of the stars in England's triumph in Sharjah. Very unusual overthrow.
Well, this has been a rarity in English one-day cricket for a while. Absolutely nothing Alec Stewart can do about that. He's where he should be, over the stumps. Unfortunately, the Fleming didn't quite have the sights set.
West Indies having to make a couple of changes here. Short Williams coming in for his first match, didn't play on Sunday. Shivnarine Chandapal down ill. We haven't ascertained the exact nature of his illness. And then Ridley Jacobs replacing Junior Williams as the keeper. Junior Murray, that is. Don't know where he got the Junior Williams from. Here's Ridley Jacobs, the left-handed batsman. Good enough player to be averaging around the 40 mark in first-class cricket over a career which is gone the better part of 10 years now, the age of 30. 3 one-day internationals against New Zealand before today. He'll be going back to St Vincent when, for the first time since that tremendous match in '81.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Won't be a second here. They'll remember what happened on Sunday with Ben Holyoke's arm from that position when he ran out Lara. So they're satisfied with a single. 146 for 3 after 27 overs. Third and fourth one-day internationals at Arness Vale in St Vincent, Saturday and Sunday. You'll notice a number of changes there. The ground certainly has developed since '81 when they hosted their first one-day international. What a match that was. A low-scoring game. West Indies somehow managed to get up and win it. 121 they made, and England couldn't quite get there.
As I recall, you get some quite nice views of the Grenadines from there.
To be exact, the West Indies won 27 from 47 overs and 2 balls, and England won 25. And I remember the scenes there, tremendous scenes at the end. Colin Croft getting 6 for 15. There'll be very, very big crowds down at Arness Vale over the weekend. Of course, the neighbouring islands, people will be coming up for that game, and I know a number are going down from Barbados already. The flights are all booked out. And they'll be going down on boats as well from here, and staying on them over the weekend because there's no accommodation left. Certainly one of the most beautiful grounds anywhere. As you mentioned, Ian, that lovely view of the Grenadine Islands stretching out, overlooking from the airport end.
Yeah! Yes, yes, yes!
And in fact, Arness Vale hosting its first Test match last year against Sri Lanka, so becoming the 6th Test venue in the West Indies.
Hey, well bowled again.
3 runs off the over, 149 for 3, 28 gone. So the required run rate now over the overall run rate. That certainly wasn't the case early on. Already developing into a very close and exciting contest.
Well, England will be delighted with the position they've got themselves into now. West Indies 17 runs there. to win just over 20 overs. So I would say that things are reasonably even at the moment.
Have to hurry. Very slack indeed. Williams just coasting through. Didn't seem to realize the danger with Knight coming in from backward point. Would have gone.
Would have been gone by a long way. No doubt about that. But very slow out the stalls. Won't give Nick Knight half a chance. Extremely good and alert fielder. Played down to the third man area. It's the single though. Probably two very experienced players here. Carl Hooper, who I think is as good as most middle order batsmen in the world. And he's playing as he is in the form at the moment. But Stuart Williams is in Sharjah was West Indies' top player, averaging over 86 in that tournament. And they have studied the ship. But having to do that, the rate has just creeped up a bit. If we have a look at the Manhattan chart, you see the flyer that the West Indies got off to, and really it's only since from the 15th over that England have started to peg back the West Indies. Very much commanding and running the show then. If you have wickets in hand, as West Indies do at the moment, you can see how you can accelerate. We go back to that Manhattan chart. If you look and see the England innings there, really didn't start doing any serious acceleration until about 30 overs, but they had wickets in hand. They then lost a wicket in the 40th over. But look at that last 8 overs, 9 overs, the England innings. That shows you what can be achieved on this wicket. So the West Indies won't be getting worried at the moment. They'll be sticking along quite happy. Obviously, the body they've got, with a few players there without too much experience in one-day cricket. And they'll be looking to one of these two to steer the ship home.
Still some way to go. Simmons, experienced batsman, knows what it's all about in the one-day game. Ridley Jacobs just coming back into the team. He had, in fact, 4 one-day internationals, not 3, 4 against New Zealand back in '96. Lewis and Rose played very intelligently on Sunday to bring the West Indies back into contention with that partnership of theirs. But a lot depends on Carl Hooper, especially. The thing is, when they get closer and they find that they need a run rate of around 7 and over, sometimes they look up at the scoreboard and tend to panic when there's no need to. That's the value of experience, of course. Players who have been there before several times and know that such an equation is quite comfortable. No need to panic. This is Croft's 8th over. He'll bowl his 10 out. So the usual pattern with the spinner, the specialist spinner in the one-day side. They do tend to build their overs out. Roy Lewis bowled his 10 today in succession.
A little hint of turn there. Very impressive figures though. Croft and Elam really did stem the flow. That's in the air. And I'm sure that was the best shot. Comes down the wicket to hit it. I think just struggling to pick it up and work out its length. In the end, falling a yard or two short of him. But there was no intention of chipping it over the infield. Carl Hooper was looking for the boundary and probably quite lucky not to have quite got it out the middle of the bat. If he had, it would have probably been caught.
A lot of advice would have come from that stand. That is the stand of the aficionados here. Half will be great Hooper fans and half not quite so great. Got out exactly that same way on Sunday when he seemed to be in control, caught in the deep. And in the intervening 2 days, there's been a lot of talk on the call-in programs. Here's what happened on Sunday.
Hooper was going really well. He's decided to try and launch it out the ground. Fielders were back by the stage. And Dean Headley doing the job. I feel that Carl Hooper gives it away now. I'm sure he was that popular in the dressing room.
Chance at the far end. A little bit of hesitation in the running.
It needed a direct hit to worry Stuart Williams. Might have been tight if it hit direct, but once he missed. Yeah, Carl Hooper's obviously a little bit worried. He's very quick to look back. I don't think that missed the stumps by too much either.
Previous one, what really kept Williams in his crease longer than he should have been was the covering of the fielder at straight mid-on. Croft came to his left, and even though Hooper called for the single, Williams was looking at Croft to see if the ball would pass him. That's why he took off late. Get the feeling here that the team which keeps its nerve, which maintains the basics, doesn't do anything silly, will get home. But positive calling on this occasion. And at the moment, the West Indies just have the edge once these two just bat as they're batting. Good call. Nick Knight, the fielder, 163 for 3, 31 overs gone. there's the equation. So just another 5 runs when they can bring it down to double figures. That's always psychologically a boost. 163 for 3 in the commentary box. Bob Willis and within Paul Allen.
Fantastic stroke.
Stuart Williams launching that onto the roof of the Pickwick Pavilion. He's up to 48 now. It's the shot that hit the roof.
England skipper Adam Holyoke's been fairly inflexible about his bowling changes. Brown and Headley bowled the first 15 overs. And since then, Croft and Elam have been in tandem. Must be easier for a batsman to get into a rhythm of playing if the bowling's similar all the time.
Well, I would have said so, Bob. That this was a situation that cried out for flexibility in bringing the changes of the bowlers at his disposal. He's got himself who can bowl. He's got Fleming, Ramprakash, Ben Holyoke. Hick could bowl some off breaks. Just mix it up a bit. And it's getting a little bit too late to do that now.
Yes, apart from that towering 6 from Williams, it's been very un-West Indian batting, if you like. After that early onslaught, Williams and Hooper have played very, very sensibly.
Well, the West Indies got themselves into a really good position with that blitzing start. And it meant that just all that was needed was a bit of consolidation.
There's the 50 for Stuart Williams. Dropped from the Test match lineup, but glad to be back here in the one-day arena.
Not out for Stuart Williams. I'm sure that Carl Hooper and he are having a chat about how they're going to knock off the remainder of these runs. Nothing stupid. 18 overs to go. Run rate required just over 5 runs and over. And they can just keep accumulating.
Well, now we're going to see a bowling change. Matthew Fleming coming into the attack to replace Mark Elam. Elam 8 overs for 29. So good stuff from Elam. But Adam Holyoke deciding eventually that it's time for a change. England really need wickets now, and they could do with 2 of them in quick succession.
Fleming could be the man, known as a partnership breaker, known as the man that Adam Holyoke will turn to if he wants to make something happen. He has a reputation for making things happen both with the bat and the ball.
Seems to be a set plan that Holyoke has in his mind. Fleming and the captain himself bowling quite late on in the innings. It's come a long way.
Well, the West Indies get a single in the end. That was risky. Nick Knight has already had one brilliant run out today. That would have been close. Croft backing up, or trying to. And then Hick doing the sweeping. Perfectly legitimate for Nick Knight to have a go there. Well, something distracted Matthew Fleming then. Not sure what it was. He's come back and had a word with his captain, Adam Holio. Anyway, here he comes again.
Both these Kent medium pacers, Fleming and Elam, changed their pace an enormous amount. Sometimes from the outside they look innocuous, medium pacers. They're a bit more than that. Elam in particular, his record will bear very close scrutiny. Economy rate of 3 3/4 runs and over. Anything below 4 is quite outstanding. Good effort from Fleming. Just 3 runs off his first over. Croft just has the 1 over left in his spell. 9 overs for 38 so far. It's not a lot that Adam Holio can do from here. I felt he could have pulled Dean Headley out of the attack earlier on.
I think what he wanted to do when he had Croft and Elam bowling together was that he felt Croft was the most effective bowler in the first one-day game, and he wanted the steadying influence of Elam at the other end to prevent the West Indies from really getting away. I suppose to that extent that ploy has worked.
Looking for the gap between the 2 deep men on the leg side. 2 more to Stuart Williams. But surely there's no reason to keep a bowler on who's going at 10 and over, Paul, is there?
No, early on I think Dean Headley was kept going for too long. I suppose it's easy to think from captain and bowler's point of view that you're going to get a wicket soon, that Wallace and Lambert were going well, and Lara.
Just over.
Well, this is the sort of thing that can put the West Indies under a huge amount of pressure. It's Croft's last over. They've played him watchfully, and first couple of balls have been 2 streaky shots from Stuart Williams, a sort of pull slog for 2, and then very nearly giving a catch back to the bowler. Just 3 balls left of Robert Croft's allotted overs.
That's a magnificent stroke. And a very appropriate way to bring up a half-century. Carl Hooper, one of the most graceful players in the world.
Trademark stroke from Carl Hooper that got him up to 50. quick on the feet, gave himself a little bit of room, and a minimum of effort, lofted the ball over extra cover for 4.
The end of Robert Croft's spell. 10 overs for 46. Probably deserved a wicket, but finishes wicketless today. So there'll be another bowling change at the pavilion end. Fleming's bowled just the 1 over from the media centre end. Run rate still marginally over 5 and over, but just 82 to win now with 7 wickets in hand. And both batsmen not out with 50s under their belt.
Well, you'd have to say, Bob, that the West Indies are in total control here. This is a situation with just 82 wanted, and all the wickets in hand and overs as well.
It's the West Indies 300 club. Gibbs and Marshall are the other 2. Big shout from Fleming and Stewart. But Eddie Nichols deciding, I think, that would have missed the leg stump.
I think he was quite right.
Certainly had the worst of the batting conditions when they lost the toss this morning and were invited to bat by Brian Lara. It's another big one. 6 more to Hooper.
Picked up off middle stump, full ball, and dismissed by Hooper over square leg. Wonderful stroke.
Excellent controlled hitting from Carl Hooper. Just 4 fours, and that's 6 in his 59. Should be a cakewalk for the home team from here. West Indies have done well batting second in their recent one-day internationals. Out of the last 20, they've won 6 out of 8 batting second, and only won 4 out of 12 batting first.
So the West Indies feel that they should have won this first one-day international on Sunday. Malcolm Marshall was very upset with his side and gave them a good roasting after that performance. I reckon that Hooper threw his wicket away. Lara ran himself out unnecessarily. And determined that that shouldn't repeat itself. Looks to be a greater air of responsibility about Hooper, especially in this innings. He's continually encouraging Stuart Williams. Urging him to concentrate.
Well, it's to be Adam Holio to replace Robert Croft. An enforced bowling change at the pavilion end. England have got to conjure up a wicket very soon. Holyoke's going to have to take a risk with this field. He has the bare minimum of 4 fielders inside the circle. He's going to have to think about bringing another man in, tempting Hooper and Williams to hit over the top, because they're just picking the runs off currently. Rate under 5 and over now. It's a really good effort from Stuart Williams. Lost his place in the Test match team, batting in an unaccustomed position as well today, coming in at 4, only playing because of the illness suffered late on by Shivnarine Chanderpaul.
Those are his scores in Sharjah: 77, 22, 105 and 55. He had 59 to that.
Yeah, a bit unlucky with that record, Paul, to get dropped, but I suppose Wallace and Lambert did so well together in the last 2 Test matches that the selectors didn't think they had any alternative.
Well, yeah, I'm sure that was the reason. Stuart Williams has got his chance and showing the selectors that they're going to have to dream up some excuse to drop him now.
Well, there you go, 6 singles off the over. That simply won't do from England's point of view. The West Indies 199 now for 3.
It's really good batting from Hooper and Williams. It's just exactly what they need to do. Well, it's more than they need to do.
Well, Stuart Williams is on 60, Carl Hooper on 62. The West Indies on 199 for 3, require just a further 68. 68 to win for the West Indies. They've only lost the 3 wickets. The first was Philo Wallace. Good catch by Adam Holio, diving in from mid-off. Score then 41 for 1, and he soon lost Clayton Lambert, his opening partner. Lambert was quite brilliantly run out by Nick Knight. Great work by Nick Knight. England have been splendid in the field once again. Not perhaps quite as sharp as in the first match, but still mighty impressive. Another single to Hooper. Scores 54 when Lambert was out. Lara made a quick fire 24 before he fell to Dean Headley. England always very pleased to see the back of Brian Lara. Good catch by Ramprakash. It was 79 for 3. It's now 200 for 3.
Well, that sort of stroke will encourage England a little bit. There's no need at all for Williams to play like that. It's just a slog and a heave across the line. If the West Indies were to lose a wicket or two, England could apply pressure. And West Indies may become a little jittery.
You sometimes feel, Paul, it's almost against the traditions of West Indies cricket to win the match by picking off singles. They want to do it in some style.
It's almost against the traditions of one-day cricket as well, isn't it? That, the flamboyance, the thunderous strokes, the 4s and 6s come hand in hand with the one-day game. The West Indies have got themselves into a position from which they can cruise to victory if they wish to do so.
Show moves on to St Vincent in the picturesque Arnos Vale ground in Kingstown for the next 2 one-day internationals, back-to-back this coming weekend. 12 ball by Fleming, and then the final match of this 5-match series at Queen's Park Oval, Port of Spain, Trinidad, a week today. Very good over from Fleming, just the 3 runs off it. England have got that required rate back up to 5 and over, but still 7 wickets in hand.
And that's the key factor, those 7 wickets. If England can chip away at those, then they'll make the West Indies struggle. Still Phil Simmons to come, and then wicketkeeper Jacobs, all-rounders Lewis and Rose, and the bowlers Ambrose and Walsh. Not heaps of batting to come.
Adam Holyoke again. He'll be bowling to Carl Hooper. Hooper's on 64. Just altering the leg side field. Just move the shortish mid-wicket straighter. Told brother Ben, who's out at deep mid-wicket, to come in to make sure he can save 2. But still the singles come.
Yes, you get the feeling it's very much wait and see from England, hoping that one of these two batsmen will get themselves out. So now they look as though they don't have any intention at all of getting themselves out. Always experimenting with the grip on the ball. Adam Holio shades it as well from the bowler, from the batsman, sorry, right until the last minute.
Yes, we've seen Wasim Akram do that to disguise from the batsman what the bowler's grip is.
It's a very widespread forefinger and middle finger. That has the effect of slowing the delivery down. Great shot there of the grip. Ball with the same arm and shoulder speed, but the width of the fingers on the ball means the ball comes out slower than the batsman's expecting.
Well, England are simply going to have to take some risks with the field placings. Already 6 runs off this over, so the run rate's come down below 5. And the batsman simply not having to take a risk. Just the 1-dot ball off Holyoke's over, 208 for 3. Required by the West Indies. 72 balls available. In the commentary box now, Ian Botham and Mark Nicholas.
Thanks, Bob. It's a good stroke by Williams. Just finding the gap at mid-wicket. It's not always an easy gap to find that. The man at mid-wicket is pretty straight, Robert Croft. And it just evaded his despairing dive.
Terrific piece of fielding. And Holyoke, I don't think this misses the stumps by too much. That might have been tight.
It's been a most impressive partnership from Carl Hooper and Stuart Williams. Both men have a tendency at times to self-destruct. We've seen them play indiscreet strokes and give their wicket away. On this occasion, they couldn't have played more responsibly. Knocked the ball around for singles, waited for the bad ball. That for 4. 6. Oh, he's gone. Look at that. Croft, the catcher at mid-wicket. Matthew Fleming, the bowler. The game is alive.
Well, I have to say that this is hit with a lot of power, but Robert Croft has made that look very easy. And believe me, that was far from easy. Terrific wicket for England. Carl Hooper has gone for 66. The West Indies still in control at 211 for 4.
Phil Simmons is the new batsman. Very experienced one-day player. Match is well poised.
Hooper smashing this away. Robert Croft. What can be described as possibly, from England's point of view, a match-winning catch. Carl Hooper will be very disappointed. He probably thought he had 4 runs.
West Indies would still be disappointed if they didn't win the game. Anything under 5 and over in a run chase, or around about 5 and over, is very manageable. It's a good pitch. But the pressure of the run chase has got to many a good side in the past. One thing you can be assured of, as we saw the other day, so many people here in the Caribbean were so impressed. England will play very shrewd cricket in these dying stages. There's been 1 or 2 ambitious appeals for LBW. That's one of them.
Well, quite often the bowler will appeal just simply to put the batsman off. I don't think that's that bad a shout, actually. It's pretty close. Might just have been going down.
It's very good stuff from Fleming. Fleming now has 4 overs, 1 for 17. Natural competitor. And that over yielding the wicket, and just 3 runs that came from it. He's used by Kent, not exclusively, but very often at the end of the innings. They keep him fresh. They don't use him in the early stages, and when the slog's on towards the end, they bring him on. He bowls a lot of very good Yorkers, a lot of slower balls. He just hits the pitch probably half a yard quicker than you think he's going to. He's medium pace, but he's a nippy medium pace. Oh, fabulous stuff. Fabulous stuff. Fleming, the catcher at mid-wicket. Adam Holyoke, the bowler. Stuart Williams joins Carl Hooper back in the pavilion.
Well, 2 excellent catches. Matthew Fleming diving away to his left, doing just what his captain wanted. Stuart Williams played very, very well. He's 68, but now the game is anybody's. 211 for 5.
Ridley Jacobs, the new batsman, hasn't played a one-day international since the New Zealanders were here in '96. And Matthew Fleming has moved quickly to his left side, clinging on to the opportunity offered by Williams. Holyoke and Fleming in partnership, 2 resourceful cricketers and men who don't give up. That's the knuckleball. Unusual grip here, and Jacobs won't have seen it before.
Spreads his fingers very wide across the ball, so the arm comes over at the same speed, but because you can't get the same purchase on the ball with your fingers spread as much as that, comes out, or it tends to float at you.
And another one. Now, this is clever thinking from Adam Holyoke. He's taking all of the pace out of the ball. So the batsman that's just come in will be very nervous, being given a chance to prove that he's a West Indian international quality player. He's at the crease and he wants to just be free. And at the moment, he's having to make the pace on the ball. That's the Kensington stand. And I think you can see the tension. A match that the local supporters thought they were winning. They may still, but it's going to be gripping stuff over the final 10 overs. Brings Phil Simmons down on strike to Holyoke. One ball left in this Holyoke over. Slashed it. And fortune favours the brave.
I always say if you're going to flash hard, flash hard outside there. They'll stump any width. And you throw the kitchen sink at it. And that's what saved Phil Simmons here. It races away. So close. I think you'd be a brave man who decides which ain't put much money on which way this game is going to go. We really have had some exciting cricket here in the Caribbean. And here we go again.
Matthew Fleming to Ridley Jacobs. Handy batsman, Ridley Jacobs. England won't know a great deal about him. Only had a very brief one-day career, but he bats very well for Antigua in all domestic cricket. Plays out at Sweets, where Curtly Ambrose comes from. Not too far from St John's, which is the capital of Antigua. And with Jacobs is Phil Simmons, who is a wealth of experience in one-day cricket all over the world. Very successful player with Trinidad in the Caribbean here, but also a very successful player with Leicester County Cricket Club in the domestic scene in England. So there's two pretty cool heads out there against a number of cool heads on the England side, all very experienced in the one-day game. It makes for a nice little vignette of its own. looks close. That's out. Simmons gives a look at the umpire. He was certainly in front. Did he hit it?
Well, the only thing that could save him, if he's hit it, he plays all across a straight ball. Well, I don't think that's hit the bat. Let's have another look at it. Well, one of those that sometimes you get them, sometimes you don't. Bowler will be happy. Phil Simmons will be disappointed. He's gone for 5. It's 221 for 6.
Lewis is the new batsman for the West Indies. Phil Simmons has been adjudged LBW by umpire Eddie Nichols. I don't think he'll have any doubt that that would have hit around about middle and leg. We thought at the time there might have been a hint of a double noise, but it's impossible to judge. I mean, in fact, when you look at the replay, it looks as if there wasn't any edge on it. There's joy for you. Now, Raul Lewis made 27 very valuable runs on Sunday when the West Indies were in the run chase. It looked as if he was going to carry his team to victory. He was stumped by a brilliant bit of work from Alex Stewart, standing up, and it was a half volley length from Mark Elam. Whipped the bails off and just got him. The third umpire had 2 or 3 looks to make that decision. Can Lewis do it again? He's in with Ridley Jacobs, so not much experience out there for the West Indians, but certainly on past appearances quite cool heads. Adam Holyoke is to continue. Runs. Holyoke's livid with himself. Credit to Raul Lewis getting bat on ball first up.
Yeah, it's really is a buffet ball. Help yourself to 4 runs here, and he knows it. Now he's got 4 balls. He's got to drag it back. And the batsman should now be thinking, well, if we pick up 3, maybe 4 singles off these remaining 4 deliveries, we've had a good over.
There's trouble. Oh, it's out. It has to be out. Well, it's a madness run, a madness run. So indecisive, that calling.
Well, this is just panic. Magnificent fielding again from England, and Matthew Fleming, and direct hit. I don't think we'll take too long before that light goes on. It's so far out, direct hit. It's very plain. And rather bizarre that this is taking so long.
I think the third umpire will be checking that Dean Headley hasn't, not now, that should be conclusive for him. Just worried perhaps that Dean Headley had knocked to the stump with his knee or something like that. And that's why he was asking. And now he's made his decision, and Raoul Lewis is gone, and by some margin. England's out. Cricket is hurting the West Indians again.
Ball's played out. Lewis takes off. Now the other batsman, Jacobs, was busy watching the fielder, then decides to go. That really was a case of ball watching. Elementary.
Come on, come on.
Well, that's a very good point raised by Ian Botham there, that it's a lesson really for anybody about running between the wickets. Don't watch the ball. You have one man who does the calling and the other who responds to that call. It's well bowled from Holyoke, a little extra bounce. If we have another look at the run out, what happens is Lewis starts to set off, then Lewis isn't sure, he has a look at his mate, but his mate isn't watching him, so his mate doesn't realise that there's doubt in Lewis's mind suddenly. All his mate sees, Ridley Jacobs, is that Fleming has half parried the ball, but Fleming has the presence of mind, well, not even parried it. In fact, he's got it cleanly. Makes it even worse. Well, we saw Franklin Rose hit a monumental 6 down the ground in Sunday's game when the West Indies needed it. He played very responsibly on that occasion. Four wickets have gone down for just 15 runs since Carl Hooper was out. Matthew Fleming has been involved in all of them. Seemed to be cosy. 211 for 3. Then Hooper got out, well caught at mid-wicket by Croft off Fleming. And after that, England closed in on the West Indies, forced a few mistakes. They've got themselves in a position now where they would be favourites to win the game, having 20 minutes ago or so been in certain second favourite position. Nice placement by Jacobs, finding the gap at square leg.
Throughout this game, the West Indies got off to that flyer. They've always been ahead of the run rate, but then look at that at the top. Wickets 4, 5, 6 and 7, and they've just about come to a standstill.
It's breathless stuff here. 232 for 7. The equation. Stay in and you'll win the game. Panic and be sure this very positive and fresh looking England side will make you pay. Is one of any number of this England side with very good throwing arms. And it's a skill that, in fact, we saw it earlier from Clayton Lambert. Skill to get rid of the ball quickly, but also to get it in fast and flat. It's something that takes a lot of practice.
Where is it?
I like the way Alex Stewart's kept wicket today. He's been very tidy in the areas about a yard or two around the stumps in the crease. Always in these games, you're going to get throws that come in on the half volley. And he's cleaned them up very well. It's 235 for 7. Attention everywhere you look, and in the commentary box too. Welcome now to Michael Holding and Paul Allott.
Thanks, Mark. Yes, a tense climax here at Kensington Oval. Both sides in with a good chance now of victory. West Indies having looked in total command and total control are now not so sure, not so certain. 32 needed to win from 35 balls and just 3 wickets in hand. Ambrose and Walsh to come. Ridley Jacobs on strike. Franklin Rose at the other end. Only 5 games Ridley Jacobs has played. Only 8 games Franklin Rose has played. It's that man, Matthew Fleming, who always seems to turn the tables for England, whether it's with the ball, the bat or in the field.
He has certainly done a very good job, Matthew Fleming. The 5th bowler used by Adam Holio in this innings of the West Indies. 6.5 overs for just 25 runs, and he has taken 2 wickets. Add some runs and a run out to that, and he has done well.
Just one there. Mustn't forget the catch that Fleming took either at mid-wicket to get rid of Stuart Williams diving away to his left. It's all edge of the seat stuff here in Bridgetown. Doesn't matter who you're supporting. Some can't bear to look.
And some try to get a very close look.
Run a ball needed now. Last ball of Fleming's 7th over. In the air out. Adam Holio takes the simple catch. Franklin Rose has gone and Fleming has struck again for England. West Indies are 8 down now.
Well, Franklin Rose was deceived by a slow delivery in the first one-day international, and I think he has been deceived again. Playing through the line of this ball not coming onto him as quickly as he thought, and just lofting a simple catch to Adam Holyoke at extra cover. If the West Indies were in trouble before, they are in very deep trouble now. It's 236 for 8.
Curtly Ambrose in at the non-striker's end with the West Indies in strife. They've just lost their 8th wicket. And it's Adam Holio to Ridley Jacobs. That's up in the air. It's over mid-off. Ramprakash galloping back towards the pavilion. And Jacobs just gets 2. Ambrose is at the crease because Franklin Rose has become Matthew Fleming's third victim. Picked up at extra cover by Adam Holyoke. Simple catch. Fleming now has 3 for 26 from 7 overs. Plus a catch and a run out in his spell as well. Dougie Brown's the fielder. And the ball's going to Ambrose's end. And just a couple of leisurely long strides gets Ambrose in.
Well, really, Jacobs knows he can no longer just hang around. He has to get some runs on the tins. Lofted one, drive down to long off, then a couple more to find third man rather.
Chopped away again. Dougie Brown is the fielder. Just one this time. That's good fielding from England. It's been a highlight of their performance. Six needed by the West Indies from 27 balls. Curtly Ambrose on strike for the first time. It's been a collapse by the West Indies of astonishing proportions, really. 5 wickets have gone down for 25 runs in 39 balls. That was at the fall of Franklin Rose's wicket. Highly animated, highly charged. Out, dropped. Palmed round the post from Holyoke. Difficult chance.
Holyoke looking to bowl as straight as he possibly can. That's why Curtly Ambrose had to hit it straight back. But floored. That's good luck for the West Indies.
Dot ball makes it even 25, 25 off 25. Oh, I think that might have been an edge as well. So things going the West Indies way in that over. 242 for 8. Four overs left. This was the last ball of Holyoke's over. Well, we thought there may have been an edge, you can't tell. Anyway, no matter. Fleming to Ambrose. Big shout for LBW. I think it just pitched outside leg.
That is going to be the problem for Fleming, bowling over the wicket and bowling that wide. That ball pitching just outside the line of leg stump. No chance of that being given out LBW, but it's a dot ball and those two count. Very important that the West Indies don't allow too many dot balls to go, and of course England want as many as possible.
Sived away by Ambrose. It's beaten the infield. Graeme Hick sweeping. 2 more to the West Indies. Straight down the ground. Brilliant stop in the end from Elam. They're the hardest of all outfield chances, those.
This was good cricket. Elam coming in, trying to make it a catch, but realizing he couldn't and did the next best thing. At least he made sure it didn't get past him. Just a single.
Jacobs and Curtly Ambrose, with all West Indian eyes on them. Scrambled one. Both men from the same village in Antigua, both play for Sweets, and both representing the West Indies here, trying to get them past that 266. Just pick up one more here, Ambrose. The game gets ever more frenetic and frantic. For the West Indies at the moment, 6 off the over, maintains the run of ball. (19 from 18), with just Courtney Walsh left in the pavilion. You could say, Michael, it's all down to Ambrose and Jacobs.
Yes, I think the West Indies will be hoping that Courtney Walsh remains in the pavilion. Jacobs and Ambrose going reasonably well at the moment. Ambrose having scored off each ball that he has faced. Well, they're all discussing it. England, Alex Stewart, Adam Holio, Robert Croft having a good long chat. What is the plan from here? And of course Jacobs and Ambrose also having a chat as to what their tactics are going to be. This is tense stuff. One mistake could cost either team this game.
Long discussion between Stewart and Adam Holyoke. No change in the bowling. It's England's captain. West Indies will just get one. (18 off 70).
Well, at the moment, both Ambrose and Bridget Jacobs looking to score. One thing you can be sure of, if a wicket goes down, the other man will be doing most of the scoring, not Walsh.
Oh, brilliant stop. This time, Holyoke got back to his right and kept hold of it.
Desperate stuff, this. That could easily have been 2. Both men out deep are pretty wide.
That's a wide. It's got to be. Well, it's not signalled wide by Basil Morgan.
I think Basil Morgan is saying that Curtly Ambrose was giving himself a bit of room. And let's have a good look at this. Wow, that is pretty wide.
Stewart appeals. Ambrose back foot is anchored. Runs towards equation max. Third man's up now. Third man and backward point in the circle. Hammered. But Ramprakash is there, and it's just one.
England will be happy with these singles. A couple of dot balls, some singles in each over. That will certainly win it for England. West Indies need a boundary or a couple of twos. 17 runs off just 13 balls.
Last ball of Holyoke's over. Launched high over mid-wicket by Ridley Jacobs. It's 6. And it sent the crowd into raptures.
That was a good blow. That has swung it back certainly a lot closer to the West Indies. That went a long way. 6 runs from 1 delivery. Less runs than balls to be bowled.
Two, 5, 6 for 8 West Indies. 11 to win from 2 overs. Ambrose on strike. Matthew Fleming the bowler. Edged away. And it's 4 because third man's up. Pandemonium amongst the West Indies supporters. They're loving every minute.
Well, there were a lot of very glum faces around the ground a couple of balls ago. 2 balls, 10 runs, and things have changed.
Could be trouble here. Off the fielder, Ambrose screaming no, no, no. Jacobs sliding.
A long way out there, Ridley Jacobs, and he would have been out by a long way. Well, Ambrose can smile now. Not too sure he would have been smiling if that ball had hit the stumps. He has to be careful, Ridley Jacobs.
Misfield has allowed 2 runs.
Well, pressure is on everyone. Robert Crofton is fielding. Graeme Hick, the man, coming in, and 2 more for the West Indies.
Heaved away by Ambrose. It's only 1. Everybody's watching. They're about a mile away. 4 to win from 8 balls for the West Indies. England need 2 wickets. Partnership between Jacobs and Ambrose worth 27 from 22 balls in quarter of an hour of high drama. Another one. Just 3 to win. They've batted well, these two, Michael, haven't they?
They certainly have. Ambrose and Jacobs have done a good job here. It's not over yet. 3 runs to get. They need not relax. They certainly don't want to.
Sensible stuff from Ambrose. 1 more run, he likes it. West Indies are within 2 runs of victory, and there's 1 over left. Stewart and Holio in consultation. Ambrose is on strike. Stewart telling Holio where the outfielder should be. The crowd don't really care where the outfielder should be. The majority of the crowd just want 2 runs. And the West Indies have got 6 balls in which to do it. England have won 8 limited over internationals in a row up to today. They can still win this one, but they need 2 wickets and they don't need to concede a run. And there's the next man in. Courtney Walsh, pads on, bat and helmet by his side.
If you think that people on the field are nervous, well, you should be in Courtney Walsh's shoes. He certainly doesn't want to be coming out to get these last 2 runs.
And all Curtly Ambrose can do is smile. There's a deep long on and a deep mid-wicket and 3 men saving one on the leg side. And Adam Holyoke has caught it. Caught and bowled. Ambrose has gone. The West Indies are still 2 runs short of victory, and they're 9 wickets down.
Well, that's exactly what Courtney Walsh did not want. It took him a good 5-6 seconds to really realise that he had to go out. Curtly Ambrose caught and bowled by Adam Holyoke.
Made no mistake. Adam Holyoke caught it, threw it high. How tense can a game of cricket get? Ambrose says you can do it to Courtney Walsh. Curtly Ambrose so very nearly did it. Ambrose has gone for 14 and he's not happy. It's a tight-lipped Courtney Walsh that makes his way to the crease. Congratulations for Wrigley Jacobs, and it's all down to Courtney Walsh now.
Well, there were lots of fielders inside the circle when this ball was bowled. Ambrose perhaps trying to clear the infield, didn't time it very well. Well, one would suspect that there'll be lots more coming inside the circle to prevent Courtney Walsh from getting a single. What England do not want is Wrigley Jacobs on strike.
If the scores finish level, the game finishes in a tie. Doesn't matter how many wickets have fallen. England were bowled out, but if the West Indies end up 2-6-6 for 9, it's still a tie. There's no count back. The wickets don't matter. The West Indies need 2 runs to win. England need to take a wicket without conceding another run to win. And one of the all-time great number 11s is at the crease, with 5 men in the circle saving 1, all very, very tight. The deep mid-wicket, deep mid-on, deep long off and a deep cover. And here's Adam Holyoke. There's no run there. Four balls. 2 runs the West Indies need, 1 wicket England need. They're going to go. So Jacobs is on strike, the scores are level, and Walsh is cool as a cucumber.
Well, he found the gap quite well there, Courtney Walsh. There were 5 men inside the circle, 3 of them on the offside, and he managed to get it just in front of square where there was a gap. That's what the West Indies needed. That single to tie things, get Courtney Walsh off strike, and Ridley Jacobs on strike. Now Ridley Jacobs has 3 balls to get a single. That's all the West Indies need, a single in 3 deliveries.
So a tie is the worst the West Indies can do now. You can't lose the game. A tie is the best England can do. England can lose the game. There'll be quite a conference here, I would imagine. Alex Stewart and Adam Holyoke having to set this field. I would imagine that the majority of the England fielders will be in very tight, saving one, and there may be 1 or 2 out to catch any attempted lofted drive or pull. There's a deep mid-wicket on the boundary. It's a deep long off, and there are 7 fielders saving 1. Courtney Walsh has got his running spikes on. Ridley Jacobs will have to watch the ball. Here's Adam Holio. He's not going to get one there.
Well, it's certainly going to be pretty difficult for Ridley Jacobs to get any singles if the ball goes directly to any of these fielders. There are 7 of them inside the circle, and they're all very close. He'll either have to hit it over the top or to find a gap. He cannot hit it straight to any of these and run.
2 balls to come. 1 run the West Indies need. They've gone for it, and they've got it. The West Indies have won with 1 ball to spare. West Indies have beaten England by 1 wicket. And Kensington Oval erupts. The crowd have gone berserk. Courtney Walsh, as cool as he's ever been. Ridley Jacobs has steered the West Indies to victory. 28 not out to him. Adam Holio, losing England captain. He's not known that feeling very often before. Win, lose or draw, the crowd having a wonderful time.
Well, it certainly has been a very enthralling one-day international. Very entertaining. The West Indies have ended up the victors, but they have all enjoyed it. I would think the West Indian supporters and the English supporters would have enjoyed this one-day international. These are the finishes that they like to see. Brilliant batting by Ridley Jacobs, and a good win for the West Indies.
This game went to the 5th ball of the final over. Ridley Jacobs punching it to mid-off. Courtney Walsh punching the air. And the West Indies home with 1 ball to spare, won by 1 wicket.